Rangers fans, buoyed by a big month of September, hope this is the day they can celebrate an American League Western Division title. Fox Saturday Baseball welcomes you to the final weekend of the 2015 regular season and a crucial Game 161 between the Los Angeles Angels and the Texas Rangers. Here's why this afternoon's is so important. The American League playoff picture. The Texas Rangers have clinched a spot. A win today or a Houston loss later this afternoon, and they clinch a Western Division flag. For the Angels, they've lost the ability to control their own destiny. They're a game out of the second and final wild card spot with only 2 left to play. With that, we welcome you inside the broadcast booth with Hall of Famer John Smoltz, Matt Vasgersian. The import of this one needs no further explanation, John. 2 teams with postseason aspirations and running out of time.
Well, this is what you hope for when you leave spring training. A chance to play playoff baseball. And the Texas Rangers, with their stars, they are in the playoffs, but they have a chance with 1 win to win the division. They've been really hot in the second half. They're going to hope that Kobe Lewis can do that for them today. For the Angels, they have a chance. They need to win 1 for hope. Put pressure on the Houston Astros. Of course, Trout and Pujols carrying this club. They just have that 1 glimmer of hope. Win and see what happens.
It's amazing that almost 6 months of baseball comes down to 2 games on the final regular season weekend of the year. We're back with the lineups and opening pitch from Arlington next. And welcome back to Arlington with John Smoltz and J.P. Morosi, Matt Vasgersian. Here's another reminder at what's at stake this afternoon. The Angels trail the Astros by a game for the second and final American League wildcard spot. And for Jeff Bannister and the Rangers, they need a win today or a Houston loss to clinch an American League Western Division title. The Rangers know they're playing in the postseason. They'd love to think it will come as a division champ and have to avoid the 1-game play-in scenario as a wild card team.
Yeah, a little bit of stress on the Rangers, but they're feeling real good. They're a loose ball club, as you can tell, throughout the game. And The Angels are actually pretty loose after last night's win. They know what's in front of them.
Let's take a look at Mike Scioscia's Angels lineup. The Angels have had good success in this ballpark over the last number of years. Eric Ibar will lead things off. He's hit safely in 15 of his last 16. Cole Calhoun, Mike Trout, Albert Pujols 2 through 4 this afternoon. David Murphy gets the nod in left. The former Ranger bats number 5 today for the Angels. C.J. Cron, a great month of September at first base, batting number 6. Former World Series hero David Freese is at third base, hitting number 7. Carlos Perez and Johnny Giavotella round things out for the visiting Halos. And on the mound for the Rangers, a guy who's already earned a career-high 17 wins this season, the 36-year-old veteran right-hander Colby Lewis.
Yeah, he's had an interesting year. You can see the high ERA, 20 quality starts, which is a high number. And then you can see the strikeouts to walk. He's a contact pitcher that's going to have to finesse the outside part of the plate. He'll vary his speeds with slider, curveball, changeup, and fastball. He's a guy with a simple motion, and he's hoping to have a day game success.
I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna get out in front of your DraftKings picks. By the way, John has some DraftKings players to watch. It's easy to play DraftKings. There are thousands of dollars in prizes every day. Enter the promo code BALLGAME to play for free at DraftKings.com. Chomp the bit for us. Who do you play today?
Well, I'm going expensive. 2 hot guys in each club. But Mike Trout, of course, trying to still state the claim for an MVP, and then Adrian Beltre. He's the second half MVP for the Rangers. He's been outstanding.
Just play the stars on a day like today.
This is what it's all about.
Hard to argue that. In for a fun one this afternoon, folks. The stakes are high. Again, the final regular season weekend of the year. 2 teams who can taste the postseason. For the Angels, it's win and get a little help, and they're trying to start that process immediately here with Eric Ibar leading things off in the top of the first. Ibar, Calhoun, and Trout for the visiting Angels. Colby Lewis coming off a start on Monday in which he was knocked around by the Tigers. We are underway today. Ibar bunting. Beltre smelled it coming and gets him at first.
Well, Ibar is going to have to be absolutely perfect with this. You see how shallow Beltre was playing. Scouting report know that's a possibility. And for the Angels, they have not gotten a lot of guys on base. That's why they've struggled offensively. They've relied on some home runs, but they're going to have to find a way to get out early and just loosen the tension that can be created for a must-win game. Otherwise, they need a lot of help.
Here's Cole Calhoun now. He takes strike 1. Calhoun just 3 for his last 21. In fact, the entire Angel lineup was a little sluggish yesterday, and give all the credit in the world to some tough starting pitching on both sides of the scorecard. Martin Perez for the Rangers. Jared Weaver was terrific for the Angels in Los Angeles, earning the Game 2 win last night. But there was not a lot of offense to be had yesterday. Calhoun behind quickly, 0-2. 4 pitches, 2 quick outs for Colby Lewis.
Well, he's a quick worker, and he's going to use every quadrant that he has and every pitch that he has. You see the ball is spinning, but it doesn't do exactly what he wants it to do. Backs up, but he gets a swing and miss. He has not had a lot of success during the day. 1-3, and really the Angels as a team batting have not had a lot of success during the day, so something's got to give.
Here's Mike Trout now, the reigning American League MVP and 4-time All-Stars. Hit safely in 11 of his last 13. He has done his part certainly down the stretch with a terrific month of September. And it's a ball and a strike to him from Colby Lewis. The Angels all year long, and just to bring folks up to speed that haven't watched a lot of Angels baseball this year, their big search was getting protection around Trout and Pujols. An issue that in part was answered with a flurry of deadline deals that brought on a trio of veteran left-handed hitting outfielders. The Angels lineup is more productive now than it has been at any point of the season. And it's a full count now to Mike Trout, 3-2. Check that. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Mike Trout. Lewis working quickly, as is usually the case. And Trout's caught looking. An impressive start to the afternoon for the veteran right-hander Colby Lewis. To take their swings offensively as we flip the lineup card to the bottom of the first. Here's how first-year manager Jeff Bannister lines up Texas this afternoon. DeShields and Shu off the top. They have been terrific in the 1 and 2 spots since around the midway point of the season. 10 combined all-star appearances between Adrian Beltre and Prince Fielder. Returnees Mike Napoli and Josh Hamilton bat 5 and 6. Elvis Andrus, Rougned Odor, and Robinson Chirinos round things out for the first-place Texas Rangers. And on the mound for the Angels this afternoon, looking for his 10th winner of the year in his 32nd start of the season, the left-hander Hector Santiago, who is underway with ball 1 to Delino DeShields.
Yeah, you're not going to see anything traditional out of Santiago. He throws across his body, third base side of the rubber, crossfires, as you will, if you will. And he's had 2 tails of the first and second half. All-star first half selection. Second half hasn't been quite as good. Command, it's one of those patient things. He's going to miss a few with fastballs, and then he'll dot the inside corner from time to time.
A strike to Delino DeShields to put him behind 1 and 2, and it would appear that Eric Cooper, the home plate umpire today, John, is going to be friendly to the corners. That was the case in the top of the inning, and it looks like that's the case here with Santiago on the mound as well. Something to watch all afternoon. Here's the 2-strike pitch home, and DeShields goes down swinging. So a strikeout starts the home half of the first.
Well, for Santiago, there's going to be a lot of fastballs, which can be a good or bad thing depending on where he puts it. Right there outside of the zone of the bat, up and in. The Texas Rangers are an aggressive hitting, first pitch swinging team. So here with this quick turnaround, sunshine game, it looked like both pitchers on attack.
Here's Shin-Soo Choo now. The resurgent Ranger right fielder, after a sluggish start to the year, one in which he was still coming back from last year's injury, really seemed to turn the corner around the midway point this season, and it's crescendoed, if you will, into a magnificent month of September bleeding into October. Choo had a big night yesterday in the 1-run loss and has hit almost 400 in the final month plus of the regular season. 8-2 behind, 0-2. Santiago's next offering rolled on the ground out to Johnny Giavotella, and with 2 away, John, let's take a look at the 4 keys to the game this afternoon.
Yeah, it's all about the first pitch, really. First pitch success for the Rangers. They're the best in baseball on the first pitch. And Santiago's pretty stingy on the first play pitch. Matter of fact, the Angels as a staff are best in baseball at limiting first pitch success. So it's really a battle of strengths. And early on, both pitchers seem to set the tempo. In a game like today, the Angels don't have the luxury of waiting around to let your starter work his way out of trouble.
Adrian Beltre now, and on the first offering, a slicing foul ball that'll reach the seats.
So if you're a starter in today's game, don't give your manager any reason or cause to go to the bullpen early. You're going to have a little bit bigger leash, if you will, as the Rangers, because they're in a better spot. So Santiago's going to have to be on the attack and not get into too many jams. And normally in a regular season game, you'd be allowed to work your way out of those jams. The Angels don't have that room for error.
0-1 to the four-time All-Star. And Beltre shoots out into left center field. That'll roll all the way to the wall. A two-out extra base hit for the red-hot Adrian Beltre.
Beltre dealing with some injuries to his digits, his fingers, but you couldn't tell lately. He's swinging the bat so well, behind in the count, one of the better hitters on the team. And then this guy right here, Prince Fielder, the health of him. He's played supporting actor for so many different MVPs. He was trying to make his best case this year as he recovers from his neck surgery, having an awesome year for the Rangers.
So a runner in scoring position now for Prince Fielder. Fielder was hitless yesterday. He takes a breaking ball over the inside corner to start him with strike one. Still enjoying a good final homestand of this regular season. A top competitor, if not the front runner, for the American League Comeback Player of the Year award. Been a fine season for Prince. Back to the robust power line that folks were used to seeing from him as a Milwaukee Brewer all those years.
As you can imagine, Santiago will be very stingy on left-handers. Only 2 home runs he's given up to left-handers this year, as opposed to about 24 to right-handers. He makes it very difficult for that left-hander as he crosses over, throws across his body. First half, he didn't give up hardly anything with runners in scoring position. Second half, it's kind of evened out a little bit against the rate at which he had in the first half.
Trying to strand Beltre out there with 2 gone. The next offering to Fielder swung on and missed. Throw down to second base. Very close.
Now what you'll traditionally do, the players will stall a little bit, don't get back on the mound, catcher don't get behind the plate, is Mike Sosa's going to take a look at this just to see if indeed they have to replay it. Everything's going to be so important, they're going to let it go. He got back in time, did Beltre.
Carlos Perez with a throw down to second base that gave Beltre a little pause.
And what that is, that's an aggressive 2-out lead, knowing you're going to score at the crack of the bat. So that's just keeping him a little more honest. They play up the middle with Fielder anyways.
Ball and 2 strikes, the count to Prince Fielder. 2-out, runner aboard, and it's still 1-2. You know, you talk about Santiago's success in stranding base runners. If you look at just one number, the overall number, batting average with runners in scoring position, it's really good at 190. But it's really, as you mentioned earlier, a tale of 2 halves. Before the All-Star break, his strand rate was the best in the American League. Almost 90% of the runners he allowed were left stranded. He has not had that same kind of success since the All-Star break. He is, however, able to strand one here. A couple of strikeouts for him in a scoreless bottom of the first. Today's telecast is sponsored by the new Lincoln Motor Company, entirely new Lincoln MKX. Non-stop action, heart-pounding excitement, historic performances. Don't miss the 2015 postseason beginning October 6th. Go to MLB.com/postseason for a full schedule and one that may change, Mr. Smoltz, depending on what shakes out over the next 48 hours. There are so many different permutations to the postseason based on tiebreaker scenarios and home field. We still don't have a very clear picture as to what we'll be watching next week. Top half of the second inning here. Albert Pujols, David Murphy, and C.J. Cron against Colby Lewis, who struck out a pair in a 1-2-3 start to the day.
The second storm system and tropical storm that did not look like it's going to hit the East Coast, taking some pressure off of what would be a nightmare, playing some extra games on Monday to determine.
It's a little soft liner out to center field that gives Delano DeShields plenty of time to camp under it.
Well, I talked about the Angels and their desperation to win these next two games. Albert Pujols has not had the best of Septembers. He's come in here and had two good games, and they need him to continue to forget about what wasn't a good stretch for him, because the Angels need Albert Pujols at his best. I know physically he has really struggled with that lower half, trying to get his legs under him.
Here's the former Ranger David Murphy now. One out, base is empty for Murphy, who has also cooled off a bit near the tail end of the regular season. 4 for his last 21. And he was among the trio of left-handed hitting outfielders acquired at the deadline that we referenced earlier. Along with David DeJesus, the veteran Shane Victorino, the Angels were looking for some kind of veteran presence in the middle of their lineup to protect Trout and Pujols.
Yeah, the Angels went and got a lot of complimentary moves instead of the big moves that some people were hoping, maybe get an arm or two.
A ball and 2 strikes to Murphy. He's able to hold up, and it's 2-2 now.
This guy would give me fits, Murphy. He kind of has unorthodox way of swinging and approaching. He'll hit one in the dirt, down and in, up and away. Sometimes down the middle will get him out. He's just a guy that seeks the ball with the barrel of his bat. Probably wouldn't teach a lot of what he does, but he gets it done.
And Murphy hanging around, and that
hit the glove for a little interference.
He did indeed.
That's that late swing. You almost think it's sitting at home. You go, why couldn't you do that every time? Well, the integrity of the game wouldn't allow you. But he was waiting as long as he could, and a pitch away, it's like an emergency swing, and you see the glove. Once you hit the glove, that's a automatic take your base.
So Murphy aboard on catcher's interference. That's scored officially as an error charged to Robinson Chirinos, and that's how the Angels get their first base runner aboard. So 1 out, 1 on now for the first baseman, C.J. Cron. You could say this about a number of Angels. Cron's best work this year and in his short major league career seems to come at the Rangers' expense. And an opportunity perhaps to start something here with a man aboard. 1-1.
Well, they've been real comfortable in this park. They've had their way with the Rangers of late. Certainly yesterday you would have thought maybe would be more of the high scoring variety of games that they've been playing, but a 2-1. Weaver battling through that game.
Jared Weaver rather, was outstanding and fun to watch yesterday. Veteran guy who has recrafted himself, and boy, it was guts and guile yesterday. He no longer has the ability to blow people away the way he did 10 years ago. A huge win, a season-saving win for the Angels to date yesterday. 2 balls and 2 strikes, the count to C.J. Cron. Well, this final weekend of the season, John, for both teams and for the Angels in particular, will involve substantial scoreboard watching. They've been doing that for the last few weeks. But the Angels need help, as we mentioned, no longer able to control their own destiny after losing the opener here in this series on Thursday night. And Cron goes down swinging. So later on today, in terms of the teams that the Angels are watching, forget about the home field advantage stuff. Those are races for other people to worry about. The Astros are in Arizona, that of particular importance to the Angels. Twins suffered a tough loss yesterday, and as David Freese stands in, JP Morosi, there are still chances for a three-way tie in that second wildcard spot.
Yes, Matt, and it would be historic. Major League Baseball has never had a three-way tie, but it's possible here. If the Astros go 0-2, the Angels 1-1, and the Twins 2-0, it would be a two-day, three-team tiebreaker beginning on Monday.
Logistical nightmare, but a lot of fun for fans.
I've been hoping for that for years, ever since this thing started, and I haven't got my wish yet.
The Twins are in action as we speak with the Royals, and in fact Kansas City has a 1-0 lead early in that one. They're in the top of the second. So those are among the games that the Angels have a cheeky glanced eye on.
Well, if you're the Yankees, you're hoping for everything to muddy up the water, give you the better chance that the team coming in is out of gas by the time they get there, if they have to do all those different scenarios. And if you're the Angels, you know you could put some pressure on the Astros, who play later in Arizona. Of course, Keuchel last night pretty much cemented his Cy Young with that victory, I think.
2 balls and a strike, the count to David Freese.
David Freese has arguably been their hottest hitter, especially in September. Come up with some big hits. This Angel team has kind of rebounded off of 2 what I call horrible, gut-wrenching losses at the wrong time in the season. One, of course, against the Astros, 2 outs, nobody on, that historical 3-run rally that a ball gets caught in the second baseman's glove.
3-1.
And then recently against the Oakland A's, who started Barry Zito. The Angels blew a 2-run lead and lost by a run. Put him in this situation, of course, losing the first game against Texas, which took him out of any thought of a divisional championship.
Yeah, those 2 games wiped out an impressive winning streak that had built the Angels back into that second wild card spot temporarily. Freese rolls it right out to Rugnadador, who had him played perfectly, flipping to Anderson. Nothing comes of the catcher's interference in the second. is sponsored by Michelob Ultra. Fewer carbs, calories, and superior taste make it the superior light beer. Follow the September pennant races with the MLB.com at-bat app, the #1 app for live baseball. Live look-ins, highlights, replay reviews, scores, StatCast, and more. Get the MLB.com at-bat app now. Home half of the second, Mike Napoli leads things off for the Rangers. Napoli, Hamilton, and Andrus against Hector Santiago, who yielded a 2-out double in the first and nothing else. Scoreless as we start the second inning here.
Napoli was one of those under-the-radar moves where an extraordinary year for him, where he's gotten all the things worked out. Last year was a nightmare, couldn't sleep, had the surgery, was not getting off to a good start with the Boston Red Sox, but has come here and really jolted some energy for the Rangers.
Yeah, surgery to correct a sleep apnea condition that had taken more of a toll on Mike physically than I think anybody was led to believe at the time. And it'd be hard to look at his numbers over the past few years and say there was anything wrong with this guy. But after that surgical procedure, he said he felt as good as he has ever felt. There's a pop into shallow right that Giafatelli camps under for route #1. Yeah, Mike Napoli has also been something of a secret weapon against the Angels. In fact, as Josh Hamilton stands in, nobody has done more damage against the Angels in the Mike Scioscia era than Mike Napoli, a former Angel. We'll talk about that perhaps as we continue here this afternoon. Speaking of former Angels, here's one that the Angels are still paying $60 million to play for the Rangers over the next few years, and that's Josh Hamilton.
Josh Hamilton has all the attributes when he's on to look like one of the greatest players in the game. And then when he's not, it looks pretty humbling. And he's been on both spectrums of that. Of course, physically still dealing with some knee issues.
Hamilton with a drive, will hit to right. Calhoun back on it, and Josh Hamilton has gone deep. Oh, man. Pitch to pitch, he can look like a completely different player, to your point, John, and we saw it a moment ago.
That's why he's a wild card, and I think with everything that took place in the Angels and L.A., certainly they made a decision. They're living with it, and the Rangers, where he had success, thought that maybe if he comes home, do what he just did right there, and you just don't know what you're going to get these days, but that right there is a bonus.
Josh Hamilton's solo shot.
That's only the third home run against left-handers.
The Rangers get on the board first, and the first offering to Elvis Andrus has popped into foul territory and out of play. Another look, a rare lefty-lefty home run for Hamilton.
Yeah, you've really got to pitch out of the zone against Hamilton. That pitch is right down the middle. Might as well be on a tee. And in this jet stream in right field, this is a hitter's paradise. The Rangers pitchers having to deal with this on 81. And this is what you've seen from the Rangers lately. They usually have a few more guys come out of the dugout and do a little college routine. But
yeah,
they are a happy bunch, and why not? They've overtaken the Angels and one game away from clinching the division.
Ball and a strike to Elvis Andrus. You know, this would not be an afternoon. You've got a left-hander on the mound. Josh Hamilton has not looked particularly good this last month of the season. He's coming off missing 2 weeks because of that knee cleanup surgery. He himself used to talk about how he struggled in day games because of the fact that he has some vision issues. So you're not paying for Josh Hamilton on DraftKings today is what I'm saying. And here you get the solo home run. That's why you play the games. That's rifled into the left field corner rather, as Andrus has an extra base hit.
Well, a few more of these and you may see some scurrying in the bullpen. This is the game I was talking about. You can't afford to get too far down. You've got to make sure you keep yourself in this position. We talked about Santiago and his ability to throw really good pitches and not so good pitches. Based on his mechanics and the way that he attacks the lineup with fastballs, He's got to put him in the right spot against his Ranger lineup. You know, when you think about both these pitchers pitch under the average miles per hour for Major League Baseball this year. And they have rather short extensions. What I mean by that is when the ball comes out of their hand, the hitter sees it longer than most.
A run in, a runner in scoring position with one away now for Rougned Odor.
The average extension for most pitchers is 6 feet 1 inch. And for Santiago, he's at 5.4, so it's a short stride, throws across his body, which therefore the velocity to the hitter won't look greater than the velocity that comes out of his hand.
Odor into center, a ball well hit that takes Trout back on his horse, if you will. He makes the catch, tagging up and heading to third is Andrus. 2 away in the second.
Trout, one of the best in center field. Of course, Andrus getting third base with 2 outs brings in the ball in the dirt, wild pitch. Anytime you can put pressure on the defense in these games, I would say from an aggressive standpoint, the Rangers typically are always going to be a little bit more aggressive by nature. I don't think that's changed much under a new manager.
Here's Robinson Chirinos now with a 2-out runner at third and a run in here in the second. All 3 of the hits against Hector Santiago have gone for extra bases, a couple of doubles and the Hamilton homer. One of the questions in terms of Jeff Bannister's healthy roster entering this final weekend was the status of his starting catcher Chirinos. A strain to his non-throwing shoulder has limited his effectiveness with the bat. However, those questions have been answered here in this last week. He's now played in 6 straight games, including making a handful of starts in that time. And that's good news for the Rangers as they get ready for a postseason, whether it's a wild card game or a series. They wanted to have both of their catchers healthy in Chris Gimenez, who's been very good with Cole Hamels, and the starter, of course, with the higher upside, Robinson Chirinos.
Well, he's got one of those swings that has a hard time keeping 2 hands on the bat. My limited experience of hitting, I could never keep 2 hands on the bat. So you bring into play that lead shoulder struggling. If you make a bad swing and the bat gets away from you, it affects that shoulder and it hurts.
Takes a look at a cold strike, and it's 2-2.
But then again, I was always trying to hit home runs, so my swing wasn't conducive for the singles.
You weren't shortening up much.
No, I wasn't.
And a big swing and a miss by Chirinos, who doesn't shorten up either. However, the scoreboard seal is broken on Josh Hamilton's solo home run in the second. To the third, it's 1-0 Rangers. An early 1-0 lead. A reminder at what's at stake today. The Angels a game back of the Astros for the second wild card spot. Houston has Colin McHugh tonight in Phoenix against Jeremy Hellickson. And for Texas, they just need to win today or perhaps get some help by the Diamondbacks and watch the Astros lose. One of those two things has to happen, and the Rangers are crowned division champs.
Well, I would think there's some built-in incentives for the Diamondbacks after getting throttled last night by 21 to a.
Yeah, it got ugly quick. Carlos Perez lifts a lazy fly ball into left, and there is one gone to start the third. Perez, Giavotella, and top of the order Eric Ibar here. And with the bases empty now, the Angels send their second baseman to the plate, who, as Mike Scioscia told us before the game, JP, is somebody that the Angels didn't really know what they could count on from earlier this year.
Yeah, Matt, the Angels are thrilled just to see Johnny Giavotella back on the ball field. Giavotella missed a couple weeks earlier this season, Matt, with fourth cranial nerve palsy, an eye condition that created double vision out of his right eye. And at his first doctor visit, which followed by a trip to the emergency room, he was hearing words like potentially brain cancer, MS, really scary things. So to be back on a baseball field right now, Matt, a tremendous triumph for Johnny Giavotella.
Boy, no question, and contributing down the stretch as well. A ball and a strike to him from Colby Lewis. That's one of those spots that the pundits looked at the Angels roster before the deadline and said that's where they need help. Second base. There was still a void left behind after the Howie Kendrick trade. And I'm sure somebody like Johnny Giavotella, John, who's been a utility guy his whole career, might have taken that as a competitive fuel to the fire.
Yeah, why not? I mean, that's been the talk. I mean, they made this big trade to get Heaney in the rotation, left a little bit of a void at second.
And Giavotella pops it the other way. There's Shin-Soo Choo in the shadows in right, and there are two gone.
Well, early on, the difference for Colby Lewis in when he's good versus when he's not, there's about an inch or two. His slider away has been really good. His mixing of pitches has been good. When he catches the fat part of the plate, he doesn't have the velocity or the break to counteract that, and that's where you get the high ERA. I think Mike Maddox has done a nice job with this pitching staff. The health issues last year, pitching here. They are last in ERA at home, but you can understand why. It gets so hot here and the ball jumps that you have to become a different pitching staff and adjust to different standards. Colby Lewis has persevered through his injuries and 17 wins.
Ball and no strikes to Eric Ibar, who was bunting on the first pitch of the game and recorded a quick out thanks to Adrian Beltre being in at the bag at third. 1-1 to him here, batting with two gone and the bases empty. 1-0 Rangers. Ibar has hit safely in 15 of his last 16, trying to start something with two gone here, and behind now 1-2. You know, something we can talk about as we continue this Ranger turnaround this year may have been off the radar in some major league cities, but I don't think we can make a big enough deal about how quickly the Rangers have gotten themselves back. This was the worst team in the American League last year. They got off to an 8-16 start. And not only did they get contributions from younger players that were homegrown, they went out and imported some new parts at the deadline. And here they are, a win away from a division championship. Ibar sends a fly ball out to shallow center. Everybody kept busy in the outfield in a 1-2-3 top half of the third. third. He'll face the top of the order. That's been the problem so far. Josh Hamilton, his solo home run, the difference in a 1-0 game. Delino DeShields bunting to start the home third, pushes it foul, and it's 0-1.
Well, they're all big innings at this point for the Angels, but this third inning, 1-0, heart of the lineup. You got to feel good and try to put as many good pitches and as quick innings as possible. Your team hasn't gotten a hit yet. You're down 1-0. Let's say this is a big inning.
DeShields, one of the 3 strikeout victims, first time through the order for Santiago. Slicing in right for Cole Calhoun, who is running out of room. Does he make the catch in the corner? He does. Out of our view. Good stick-to-itiveness by the Angel right fielder, and there's one away.
A little bit of room there, and you see him place the wall, and then the ball comes back, and relatively easy catch. So far, really only one ball that's hit firmly, and that was the home run by Hamilton. Everything else has been an easy out for the most part for the Angels.
Here's Shin-Soo Choo now. He grounded to second in his first try today. When we visited with Jeff Bannister before the game today, we asked him about Choo's mid-season turnaround. And it's the Ranger manager's assertion that there was something about the way Choo carried himself when he started to get hot that kept him hot. In other words, in the first half of the season, it appeared that Shin-Soo Choo was still unsure of himself, not playing with a lot of confidence, unsure if his body was up to task. But when he started going, the rhythm took over, and he just walks around like a different person, let alone different results on the field.
Yeah, as he put it, acts a lot taller, like 6'2" in the box. He's been known for coming over from the Reds as a good on-base guy, good eyeball at the plate, take his walks. Well, no bigger walk was the first game. Maybe got the benefit of an umpire call, but against Andrew Heaney.
Into center for Mike Trout. And there are 2 away. That'll bring up the 4-time All-Star Adrian Beltre. Red hot down the stretch, and why not for a guy who's had a terrific career. 4 Gold Gloves, 4 All-Star appearances, perhaps headed for Cooperstown since 2010. He's led all third basemen in home runs, base hits, doubles, among other categories. And he's one of just 6 third basemen all time with as many as 400 career home runs. A list he is climbing by the day, so it would seem. And of course, there are some impressive names on that chart. Here he is with 2 out.
Well, his unique approach. He's hit home runs off his back knee. He's constantly moving in the box. He'll hit pitches down and in. He'll hit pitches away. And when he's hot, they just seem like he knows exactly what to do with the location of the pitch.
A ball and a strike.
Monster year, free agent year in LA. Went to Boston. They figured after coming from Seattle, some of those long fly balls would turn into doubles off the monster. And they were right.
Yeah, that bounce back year for him in Boston was the one that allowed him the big payday that he got when he came to Arlington. And if you'll recall, the Angels were among the suitors for Beltre's services after that big year with the Red Sox. And it doesn't seem that the Angels have really been able to plug that hole since. Beltre strikes out, and it's a 1-2-3 inning, the first of the day for Hector Santiago. and by Michelob Ultra. Fewer carbs, calories, and superior taste make it the superior light beer. Back with Hall of Famer John Smoltz and John Paul Morosi, Matt Vasgersian in Arlington, where the Rangers have a 1-0 advantage through 3. Colby Lewis has been stingy so far. Angels looking for their first base hit of the ball game. A bat and a ball lost by Cole Calhoun on that first pass. Calhoun leads off. Trout and Pujols here in the thump of the Angels order in the 4th. Calhoun a strikeout victim first time around. This is the part of the order that the Angels do their damage against anybody. But this is really the part of the order that the Angels do their damage against Colby Lewis. As Calhoun rockets that one foul the other way. These uniforms certainly no strangers to one another. But take a look at today's 2 through 4 hitters. That's Calhoun, Trout, Pujols. Calhoun, Trout, Pujols. Yeah, all 3 of them against Colby Lewis in their careers. Almost 400.
They definitely see something they like, and certainly when you watch enough video as a pitcher, you're trying to figure out and pinpoint these 3 guys. What do I need to do differently? I tried to throw a breaking ball there that sailed high.
A swing and a miss. Calhoun struck out for the 2nd time this afternoon.
Well, every pitcher likes pitching ahead and with the lead. No more than Colby does. When his team has given him the lead, he's got a respectable 3.7 ERA. But when he's behind, it almost jumps to 8. So the flow of the game, being ahead, affects his decisions and how he goes and attacks.
Mike Trout checks his swing on the first offering. It's 1-0.
Being behind, he may press a little bit more and try to make perfect pitches. But the numbers definitely reflect what he likes.
A ball and a strike to Mike Trout. Another strikeout victim his first time through today. Trout has been a Ranger killer not only this year, but going back these last few seasons. He's behind 1 and 2 here. 23 for 60 against Texas pitching this season. 5 home runs, 13 runs batted in that over 17 head-to-head matchups. Numbers here at this ballpark for his career also robust.
Mike Trout, as great of a year as he's having, keeps getting better, doesn't mind hitting with 2 strikes. Went through that period where he struck out a lot more than what people anticipated.
Into the left field corner. That ball's got a chance, and it's a fair ball off the wall. Trout into second with a 1-out double.
His ability to get to different pitches now. See the leg kick. Leg goes down. See the barrel of the bat. Beating the location of the pitch. Not his perfect location. This guy is so strong. Just missing. Hitting the ball high enough to get it out. And you see how close that was to being fair.
And there's your not mind hitting with 2 strikes argument.
Yeah, the only thing he doesn't do well is hit the first pitch. Whenever he attacks the first pitch, that's why you see him more patient of late.
Here's Albert Pujols now with the runner in scoring position. It's the first time the Angels have boasted such an opportunity. Pujols in his first try lined to center.
What's amazing about Trout and Pujols, for the most part, they're giving the pitcher a strike, but you're so nervous that it might be that one time they're going to swing and hit a home run. You got to make a great pitch, especially with a runner on second. You never take for granted that they're going to take a strike. But early in the counts and the first 2 or 3 at bats, I've seen Albert Pujols do this his whole career. And then around the 3rd at bat, he will size up a pitcher and what the plan that they've tried to do, and then cherry pick a pitch later in the game.
A ball and a strike to count Albert Pujols. It's 1 and 2 now. Well, Pujols, along with Mike Trout, They have combined for 80 home runs this year. Among the top totals in baseball by teammates: Nolan Arenado, Carlos Gonzalez in Denver, Josh Donaldson, Jose Bautista in Toronto, the only 4 with bigger numbers. You know, the thing with Trout too, Albert has hit 39 home runs. He's driven in 93. Trout's hit 41 home runs and still doesn't have 90 RBIs.
Well, that's back to the on-base percentage. A lot of guys not getting on before him. You know, Trout's getting on, scoring runs. Albert's the benefactor as well as the guys behind Albert, but Trout has not had that same luxury.
And Mike Scioscia admits that is a shortcoming of his 2015 club.
And you know, that speaks to really, I look at certain stats and I hold them higher than others. I know stats are just stats, but when I look at a team batting average, when they're ahead in the count, someone's got to be last and you don't want to be last, and the Angels are last. That tells me that is not a great sign for success on the base pass or run production.
Pujols pops it up into shallow center. Odor going out. DeShields coming in, and the center fielder makes the catch for out number 2.
You know, you construct your teams in several different ways. For years, Boston and the Tigers, they work the count. They hit well behind. They're better hitting behind in the count than most teams. They grind out at bats. But when you're ahead in the count and it's in your favor, those averages should be closer to 300 and above. But the Angels currently last in that category.
So a runner at second with 2 gone now for David Murphy, who reached on the catcher's interference play back in the second. Well, the fact remains that there aren't too many division winners over the course of Major League Baseball history that have finished last in the league in team batting. In fact, it's only happened twice that a team has finished last in batting and played in the postseason. The 1906 Chicago White Sox.
That's right, I remember that.
And one that we do remember, the 07 Diamondbacks. And the 07 Diamondbacks, when they won the NOS that year, that team was a statistical outlier in so many categories. They had a negative run differential, last in the league in batting, still won the division.
You know what they had? 2 guys that comprised of about 630 strikeouts between the 2 of them. Randy Johnson and Curt Schilling. Both had over 07. That was later. They had that later.
I thought you were talking about Mark Reynolds and Chris Young.
That too. I'm thinking of the dominance between Randy Johnson and Curt Schilling, where he carried the Diamondbacks on their back.
2 balls and 2 strikes, the count from Colby Lewis to David Murphy.
See, I'm always thinking pitcher strikeouts.
You are. Well, we know how your brain works for sure. C.J. Cron waits next. He'd love a 2-out opportunity if Murphy can keep the top of the 4th going. Lewis set. Here's the 2-2. And it's a full count now. A rare full count from Colby Lewis this afternoon. First opportunities the Angels have had all afternoon with a runner in scoring position. Both of the full counts from Lewis have come in this inning. That one's fouled away, and it's still 3-2.
Got away with one there. That slider tied him up and in. You don't really want those pitches up and in. I think he was trying to get the other quadrant after giving the hitter a visual of fastball up, and then being able to, as you think he's going to do, be aggressive, give him a different quadrant down and in, possibly with that slider, or tie him up.
Trout doubled with 1 away. He's there with 2 gone here, and a full count pitch once again to David Murphy. Try one more time.
See, and that's the awkwardness of facing a David Murphy. You don't know quite what typically would be good for most left-handers. He kind of fares well in those areas. So you almost got to bounce it or higher and high than what they tried earlier. They've yet to really throw one here, bouncing it on the plate or at his back foot. And I don't know if that was part of the conversation as they went out. Try to discuss what they're going to do here, 3-2 again.
Former Ranger teammates with those back-to-back World Series vintage clubs in 2010 and 11. Murphy throws the head out and might find some real estate. He does. Here comes Trout to score. Unorthodox as she goes. John, you described that perfectly, and that's exactly how David Murphy ties the game in the fourth.
And that's what drives you crazy as a pitcher. You know, you think you make a pretty good pitch. He kind of leaves the box and his butt's going the other way. This pitch probably not. Well, I mean, it's away, and you see the one-handed swing, and that is what he does better than anybody. As a teammate, I'm sure they've seen that a lot. Now as a visitor, they weren't happy to see that.
Big 2-out RBI single by the former Ranger. So it's a former Angel that starts the scoring for Texas, and a former Ranger that gets it back to even for Los Angeles. And now it's C.J. Cron with a runner at first, a run in and 2 away. Cron struck out in his first try this afternoon.
You got to work the ball away. Don't leave anything up over the plate coming towards him. You see his numbers on the year. Of course, he's been trying to get back that stroke he had.
With these have been situations where C.J. Cron has been a real burr in the side of the Rangers. 11 2-out RBIs against Texas this year, and that's tied for the most in the American League versus any opponent. Cron's got 50 on the year. 11 of them have come with 2 out against Texas. A total that will not be added to here. However, the 2-out RBI single by David Murphy has tied us in the middle of the fourth. One as we start the bottom half of the fourth. Prince fielder Mike Napoli and Josh Hamilton for Texas. Prince struck out to end the first earlier today. A ball and a strike to the 6-time All-Star. Well, Hector Santiago gave up the home run to Josh Hamilton in the second and really nothing else. He was able to strand a one-out double that same inning. 3 hits so far against him for the big hitting Texas lineup. Well, Santiago has very good numbers here in this ballpark. I don't think there are too many AL West pitchers that can claim that kind of success. This is not a very kind place to visiting arms.
It's not, and it's not a kind place for a left-handed hitter when you're facing Santiago. You see how late that fielder has to wait to try to pull the trigger because of where he's starting. He's almost at first base when he releases this ball. Tried to go with an off-speed pitch right there, but Prince is really good at hanging in against left-handers and doing everything he can to spoil the good pitches. Great take right there.
It fills the count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Fielder, Napoli, and Hamilton in a 1-1 tie here last of the 4th. Slow breaking ball hit a bunch out to center field, but plenty of room for Mike Trout. And there is 1 away. So far so good for Hector Santiago, as confirmed by J.P. Morosi, who visited with his manager between innings.
Mike, Santiago gives up the 1 run in the second inning, but how pleased have you been with the overall strike percentage he's had here this afternoon?
He's filling the zone up, and he has good stuff tonight. Just the one breaking ball that Josh Hamilton hit, it wasn't where it was supposed to be, but Hector looks good out there, and hopefully if he can keep pitching ahead, he'll pitch deep into this game.
Mike, we talked earlier about so many playoff scenarios, but how much does it help to have a veteran clubhouse to get you through all this uncertainty?
Oh, these guys are great. Guys like Albert and Eric Ibar and Jared Weaver, guys who've been here for a long time, and the young leaders like Mike Trout, Cole Calhoun. These guys are ready to play every day. They understand where we are, what our challenge is, but they're playing good baseball.
Thanks, Mike. Best of luck.
All right, thank you.
1 gone here for Mike Napoli, and I want to get back to something that Mike mentioned with JP there, talking about Hector Santiago going deep into the game. That's something that just has not happened down the stretch for the Angels. But their 1-loss record belies the short starts. Over their last 18 games, Angels starters have gone 6 or more in only 6 of those 18. However, the Angels are 12-6 over that span.
But you could desperately tell that when a game like this, if it's going as well as they would like, then there's a better formula than tapping out your bullpen guys. I know at the end of the year, it doesn't matter how many games you've been in or how many games in a row. It's all about getting it done and getting whatever you have to do to get to that next level. But it sure would be nice to not have to go to 6 pitchers in a game.
Yeah.
If you don't have to.
2 balls and 2 strikes, the count to Mike Napoli. Yeah, I think we got the same thing from both Jeff Bannister and Mike Scioscia in so many words pregame today, and that's that, all the conventional wisdom about managing for the long stretch and preserving things for next week and next month, that's kind of gone when you're in a win now urgent situation. I mean, this is it. 2 more games left in the regular season. The Angels effectively need to win out. I mean, they can still get there if they win 1 and Houston loses 2. They can still get there without winning out, but let's face it. I mean, that's kind of what they're trying for here.
They win today. They're in a really good situation, meaning the likelihood that would mean that Houston would have to win the next 2 games, put pressure on them today. But today is all they're thinking about, and they've been in this situation before, and they know what they have to do.
I know that Mike Scioscia's thinking about tomorrow after today in terms of starting pitching assignments and lineups. Napoli hanging around on 2 strikes. It remains 3-2. Again later on tonight in Phoenix, the Astros have the outstanding rookie Colin McHugh against the former American League Rookie of the Year Jeremy Hellickson on the mound for Arizona. Twins loss yesterday really puts them in bad shape. They are in progress with Kansas City. It's still a 1-0 Royals lead in the 5th, and the Royals are playing out for home field advantage. I mean, they're not exactly in shutdown mode yet.
That's a big deal to Kansas City, as it should be to Toronto.
And Napoli finally succumbs to the strikeout. 5th of the game for Hector Santiago. That'll bring back Josh Hamilton, whose solo home run in the second started the scoring this afternoon. We take another look at it via StatCast, powered by Amazon Web Services.
You see the exit velocity over 100 miles an hour. Projected home run distance. You don't have the typical win, although it's picking up a little bit today, later in the day. But early, the flags have been pretty dormant. With that ball, it wouldn't have mattered.
Hamilton with another drive. This one playable for Mike Trout to retire the side in order. 8 in a row retired by Hector Santiago. Major League Baseball. To the top of the 5th. And David Freese picks on the first pitch, lining it past Elvis Andrus into left field. A leadoff single for the Angels, and the Angels have their leadoff hitter aboard for the first time this afternoon. Between innings, J.P. Morosi caught up with Ranger manager Jeff Bannister.
Jeff, Josh Hamilton is 3 weeks off of knee surgery. Does he look that way to you after that home run earlier today?
No, it doesn't. I tell you what, a special guy. Heard all the stories, saw all the videos, seen him on TV, but when first got a first-hand look at him, this is a special guy. You don't want to blink your eyes when he's at the plate.
This certainly feels like a playoff game. Colby Lewis, the Rangers' all-time leader in postseason wins. How much confidence has that given your team here today?
It gives us a lot of confidence to know that our guy's out there on the mound, and he's been a warrior for us the entire year. He's gone out and pitched some big games for us, and so it does give us some confidence.
Thanks, Jeff. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Jeff Bannister certainly gets a lot of praise around here, as he should, but maybe not as much nationally as he should. When you talk about how the Rangers, again, getting back to last year, kind of thudded into the gate with the American League's worst record. There was managerial turnover. An interim skipper finished out the year. Bannister was brought in the offseason, went 8-16 in April, lost Yu Darvish early in the season. And GM John Daniels here in Texas was quoted as saying that's when Jeff Bannister was at his best, and when we knew we had the right guy, when things got off to such a terrible start.
Yeah, he's done a nice job in adjusting on the fly, because the culture's different. He came from Pittsburgh, and what they created and what they did was self-explanatory, as they're now 3rd straight year in the postseason. But I've looked around and I've seen the first-year managers that have had successes and the ones that have struggled a little bit. And I like to think that the teams that had the lower expectation, those managers have thrived. The first-year managers that were given teams that were supposed to win have struggled a little bit. You know, Matt Williams, Brad Ausmus, the expectation level is so high that there's no ceiling to go up. You're supposed to win.
Carlos Perez bunting.
And everybody knows that, you know, this team was in last place last year, had a ton of injuries, so I don't know that anyone could have seen them win in the division as they have. Is the same thing with Paul Molitor and the job that he's done in Minnesota. The expectations were no way will they be competing in the final weekend, and both are doing that to this point.
Ball and 2 strikes, the count to Carlos Perez. David Freese aboard to start the inning. Nobody out here, top of the 5th. 2-2 now. Well, so far in this 4-game series, and we kind of came here for the weekend with the Angels having all kinds of success in this ballpark. 2 big Septembers in terms of lineup productivity. But the 1-1 tie seems to be the storyline here. Thursday, they were tied at 1 through 4.5. Yesterday, tied at 1 through 8. And tied at 1 as we start the 5th inning here again this afternoon. It's a full count now. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Perez.
And the only one really excited about that is if you're Houston sitting in the Arizona clubhouse watching this game, hoping that Texas can win this game. The tension goes higher and higher for the Angels the closer the game is played.
Perez sends the ball out to right center field. The Shields and Chu have to converge, and it splits the both of them. Freese is being waved around. He'll score without a play at the plate. Throw to third, and it's an RBI triple for the catcher, Carlos Perez.
Thought that Perez had stopped a little bit, and then as the relay he took off to third. But you see, this is a perfectly split the defender's ball in right center, where that alley and that wind tunnel usually happens. This was a little closer than I thought it was going to be as Freese was coming home, and then as soon as they cut it and threw home, you see Chirinos trying to come up and to take the throw well above home plate to try and cut down Perez at third.
So the Angels take their first lead of the afternoon and score that as an RBI double for Perez. In the minds of the official score, he took third on the throw. Infield comes in now for the number 9 hitter, Johnny Giavotella. You know, I'm reminded, as you mentioned, the Astros watching this in the visiting clubhouse at Chase Field in Phoenix, which they are for sure. To correct myself on tonight's pitching matchup, they're probably yelling at the TV screen. It's Colin McHugh tonight in Phoenix. And then tomorrow, either Lance McCullers or Mike Fiers against the lefty Robbie Ray. So tonight, Hellickson and McHugh in the desert in a crucial game for the Astros. 2 balls and no strikes, the count to Johnny Giavotella.
Again, in the 5th inning, nobody out. Based on what's at stake, the infield being in with nobody out usually can create a bigger inning, and you have confidence in your offense that you'll score a couple runs, but the Rangers are going to try to cut it down right here.
Johnny Giavotella cashes in an RBI base hit that brings in Perez, and it's 3-1 Angels.
And that's usually what you bring in. If the shortstop's playing back, he has a slight chance to catch that ball. Athleticism of Andrews. Mike Maddox coming out to the mound as the bullpen is firing up and ready. This is the difference with Kobe Lewis. He can be going pretty good. He relies on tilt and inches off the plate, in, up, down, and away. And when he covers too much of the plate, it allows the hitter. We saw Murphy just reach out, dink one. We saw one there. Not the best well hit ball, but enough to get over the drawn in infield. Now it's 3-1.
You know, JP, I want to bring you in on this conversation, as it appears the bullpen will play a role here sooner rather than later. At the start of the series, it was the Angels bullpen that was overtaxed, but neither one of them is in really great shape right now.
Right, Matt, and actually between the two, you may say the Rangers are even more fatigued. Both closer Sean Tollison and Sam Dyson, their ace setup man, have now pitched on 4 consecutive days. There have been only 2 instances this year, Matt, of a pitcher throwing 5 days in a row in the major league, so serious concerns there for the Angels back in the bullpen.
Here's Eric Ibar now with 2 runs in. Johnny Giavotella at first and still nobody out. Bottom of the order has contributed here to the 2-run rally thus far in the 5th. It's really good news for the Angels when you score runs and guys like Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols aren't involved. Pitch to Eric Ibar misses down and away. It's a ball and no strikes.
Well, the Angels aren't going to be phased. They've gone through too much in their history in the last 3 years, both dealing with all kinds of different adverse situations, tough situations. Their manager speaks to it. Don Baylor just being there and what he's gone through speaks to it. So this is not phasing them. They just haven't been good enough in the second half to hold off the hard charging Rangers, and for that matter the Astros. Every chance they've had to make that stamp or that big time statement, they haven't been able to get that win. They've lost a couple tough ones, so now they're in that must-win scenario, and so they got to play perfect.
Ball and a strike. The count to Ibar. 0 for 2 so far today. Well, getting back to that Wednesday loss against the A's, the Barry Zito start day, Angels hit 5 home runs, but they commit 4 errors and literally give one away. Give up a late lead here in game 1 of this series the following day. But a season-saving win last night. And hoping to make it 2 in a row if they can hang on this afternoon. Still a lot left to be determined today, however. It's funny the way baseball is with an Angel team last year that won more regular season games than anybody in baseball. Eliminated by that Royals juggernaut. This year, the Angels have a chance to get in via the wild card and perhaps go farther than last year's team did, a team that won 98 games. Ibar hits it through the hold on into right field. Giavotella makes the turn at second. Throw comes into third, not in time. Runners at the corners with nobody out in the 5th.
That's going to do it. He threw about the same amount of pitches in the first 3 innings as he did in these last 2 innings. 40.
So Colby Lewis will be removed, having not retired a batter in the 5th. 2 in, 2 on is his responsibility. 3-1 Angels. We'll be right back. Card on ESPN, and Wednesday with the NL Wild Card game on TBS. Then Thursday, Game 1 of both American League Division Series, only on FS1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. A reminder as to what's at stake today. The Angels 1 game behind Houston for the second American League wildcard spot. Texas needs a win or an Astros loss in Phoenix later tonight to clinch the West. Texas has clinched only a postseason spot. They would prefer a division title, of course. Colby Lewis gone after 4+ and taking over one of the 3 available left-handers out of the Texas bullpen, Sam Freeman.
Freeman's got a quick, you saw a fastball right there at 94 miles an hour. A good slider. More like a slurve and a splitter at about 83 miles an hour. Good numbers on the year. I'm going to try and limit this damage. If he can get out of this inning with just 1 run, that would be huge. He'd trade a double play right now.
Runners at the corners, 2 runs in already with nobody out here. And as good as Sam Freeman has been of late for Texas, he has issued home runs to each of the first 2 batters he's faced in his last couple of appearances. Cole Calhoun happy to see anybody other than Colby Lewis out there. Lewis struck him out twice.
Well, that scenario you laid out for what's at stake, Major League Baseball made a change this year that could be very effective if it comes into play, which it looks like it might, is that every game will be played at the same time so that no team will have an advantage on whether to sit a starter or not. And that looks like pretty good chance that's going to happen tomorrow.
Boy, it could be a big storyline here. We'll bring J.P. Morosi in on that. I mean, Cole Hamels scheduled to pitch tomorrow. The Rangers are already in the bullpen. Should Houston win later tonight and the Angels beat the Rangers here, I know that's a lot of ifs and ands, but if those things happen, then Cole Hamels is going to be counted on to win tomorrow in kind of a much more desperate situation, JP.
And Matt, in the big picture, think about this. Hamels pitches tomorrow. He would not then be able to pitch in Game 1 of the division series, unless, of course, he went on short rest. And to take it a step further, the Rangers may have to actually play on Monday, and if they would lose that game for the AL West Championship, they'd have to then play in the wild card game the very next day. So that's why this whole weekend now may be turning before our eyes.
Wow. I mean, it's amazing the far-reaching implications of a mid-game lead here, and now we're forced to speculate into territory that we didn't think we'd need to consider previously.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this series, once the Rangers won on Thursday, you thought their chances, and they still are, very good. They don't technically have to win a game to win the division. But if Houston does their part, then it does put a little more stress for the Rangers.
3 balls and a strike to Cole Calhoun, and there's ball 4. Freeman loses his first batter, and that loads the bases with nobody out for Mike Trout.
Yeah, it's not the recipe that you want. And we will see another pitcher.
The second of what may be a number of pitching changes this afternoon. Bases loaded for Mike Trout when we come back. Of the game, and a number of them have come with clinch moments as recently as, well, this Thursday. After Kansas City, Toronto, then the Yankees punch a postseason ticket on Thursday night, finally squeaking one out against Boston. Kansas City winning a division for the first time since '85. Toronto in the big dance for the first time since '93. And the Yankees get back to the postseason as well, with the other seats yet to be determined. Second AL wildcard team, and who's going to win the AL West. Bases loaded here, meanwhile, in a big spot for both teams in this one. Mike Trout, the batter, as Chichi Gonzalez is summoned from the Texas bullpen.
Glad you said it. I would have said Chichi Rodriguez because my mind's stuck on golf, but he's trying to really get out of a pickle here, and this is not easy.
A ball and a strike to count to Mike Trout, who has doubled and scored, also struck out today. Giavotella, Ibar, and Calhoun aboard with nobody out and 2 runs in.
This is going to do one of two things. This is going to take the air out of the balloon in this stadium if they continue and put a big crooked number on the.
That one gets away from Chirinos. Here's Giavotella, the throw back to Chichi, covering not in time. And a wild pitch makes it a 3-run inning and a 4-1 Angel lead.
And the other thing is going to do is probably turn off the TV in the Arizona clubhouse if it gets out of hand, and they'll concentrate on what they got to do. But here, right here, this ball comes off in a place in a way where they could have gotten him, but a great slide, good heads up play, gets away from the pitcher coming in. The Angels are feeling pretty good right here.
Still nobody out. One of the 2 runners still out there, Colby Lewis's responsibility. It's not even a completely closed book on the starter yet. Again, the infield in for Texas. Next offering to Trout, lined into center field. There to make the catches to Shields. There to tag up and score is Ibar. 5-1 Angels.
Quick turnaround with the 12 o'clock start time, and the Angels feeling pretty good right now.
So here's Pujols now, only 1 away. And another runner still out there in scoring position. Albert this afternoon, a couple of fly balls to center, but they're not going to give him a chance to swing the bat here. He will be intentionally passed. David Murphy on deck next. Well, it was Murphy who started the mess, and you can get back to his big 2-out 2-strike RBI single in the 4th that brought in Mike Trout as the tying run, as really the swing that kind of ended what looked like a very good afternoon for Colby Lewis. He started out in great shape. Lewis had not allowed a base hit through the first 3 1/3. Angels scratched out a run in the 4th, and then Lewis was unable to record an out in the 5th.
Yeah, first 10 batters faced, 0 hits, in the last 9, 6 hits. And you're right. I think that 2-out hit right there, just if you're the Angels, you never want to be behind, and just the feeling that you've got it tied gets a better feeling for your pitcher going back out there. And now it's up to Santiago to continue to throw strikes and limit the damage and turn it over to the pen. Mike Maddox, when he goes out there, always trying to figure out where his pitcher is. You see, he always has the hand on the shoulder, but he's checking the heart rate. Believe it or not, he's checking that pulse to see if the heart's racing or if it's calm. He's got a dual method to his madness.
And if you can feel a guy's heart rate in his shoulder, you are really good.
Well, you can feel tension. You can feel that.
Yeah, this is a tense situation for sure for Chichi Gonzalez, as David Murphy digs in now with 4 runs in, 2 runners aboard and only 1 away. A ball and no strikes to Murphy. Even with expanded September rosters. You're talking about a couple of teams whose bullpens have worked a lot down the stretch. So 2 balls and no strikes. Colby Lewis for 4+. Sam Freeman faced a batter. Chichi Gonzalez is capable of giving Jeff Bannister length, but at some point length may give way to matchups. Murphy grounds it to second. Odor to Andrus. Back to Napoli. Just what the Rangers needed to minimize the damage. However, plenty of damage done. A 4-run Angel fifth on an emotional afternoon has given the Los Angeles Angels a 5-1 lead. Made for greatness, not dandruff. Well, handful of Angels hitters have put their postseason hopes on their shoulders this afternoon. So far, so good for the visiting team. 5-1 Angels, with Texas digging in here in the 5th for the bottom of the order against Hector Santiago, who sat around for quite a while after a long top of the 5th. He was glad to do it, considering the Angels gave him 4 runs of support, but we'll see how he responds after his longest layoff of the day. 2 balls and no strikes to Elvis Andrus. To 3-0.
Yeah, last thing you want to do is come out and walk the first hitter, because that just makes it feel like you're giving the other team a chance to get back in. At 29 minutes, long time to be sitting, but the benefactor, of course, 4-run lead.
And he loses Andrus on a 4-pitch walk to open the 5th.
The first thing that a pitcher should do when they have that length is get out there as soon as they can and hone in as quickly as they can on the strike zone. If the first guy would have hit a home run, believe it or not, it's not as big a deal as walking, because then all of a sudden you start thinking differently. You're like, oh man, 4 straight balls. Earlier in the year, that'd be a kangaroo court fine for sure.
So here's Rougned Odor now with the leadoff hitter aboard. First time that the Rangers have put their leadoff hitter on this afternoon. And when we said that about the Angels in the top of the inning, they went on to score 4 runs. Odor shows bunt and lays off. That's 5 straight misses to open the inning by Hector Santiago.
And it won't take long, I'm sure, for Mike Scioscia to watch the next few pitches before that phone rings And the bullpen gets on alert. It cannot take any chances of letting the Rangers get back in a big inning.
There's a strike. It's 1-1.
And I'm talking to him. He said, look, this is what he does. You have to be a little more patient. Sometimes he'll lose the strike zone and come right back and dot it 3 different times. But because of his effectiveness being a little wild.
Huge jump by Andrus. And Perez won't even bother with a throw down to second. Boy, that was stolen off Hector Santiago. So a runner in scoring position now. The Angels up the middle reacted to that stolen base attempt by Andrus like a team that was in the 9th inning leading by 12. I mean, they didn't even bother covering, throwing, or thinking about it after that huge jump. 2-2. That's one of the ways the Angels and Rangers differentiate themselves this year statistically. Texas over its last 14 with runners in scoring position in the series. I'm talking about the running game. Texas runs, the Angels do not. And it's a matter of personnel. Full count. Number 9 hitter Robinson Chirinos waits on deck.
You got to throw it down the middle and see what happens.
Odor with a base hit back up the box. Here comes Andrus to score, and the Rangers get one of them back immediately. It's 5-2 Los Angeles.
That'll get things stirred up, but that's okay. I mean, if he's going to get on, let him get on via the hit. And he did throw it down the middle, and he went right back up the middle. Get your hand out of the way.
So Mike Butcher comes out for a conversation. I'm going to be curious to see how much attention Santiago pays to Odor at first base. That stolen base by Elvis Andrus that led directly to a run was the 16th stolen off of Santiago. And that's one of the higher totals in baseball among left-handed pitchers.
Yeah, I mean, you would think every left-hander could have a good move over there, but we've already seen that that's not the case. John Lester has struggled with that last year's wild card game on, and you mentioned 16 stolen bases off a left-hander.
So here is Chirinos now, a strikeout victim in the second. And Santiago gets ahead of him 0-1. This is a little more of a rarity still against Santiago here, in that it's only the second start he's made of 7 in this ballpark where he has allowed more than one run. Chirinos bounces it to third, Freeze to second, and he throws it away. Not only that, but Giovatella's down at second base.
Looked like he caught it in the knee or a spike or something. Looked like he got spiked by the runner coming through, not knowing the throw was going to get by him. We see a nice play by Freeze. A little off balance, takes the throw, and then right here he gets it right in the shin. Giovatella not going to probably turn 2, but he couldn't get out of the way. He was trying to scoop it, and now he's in really no place to go. That's a late slide, but nonetheless, you've got to try to take out the double play. He can't anticipate, Odor that is, where the throw's going to take.
I mean, that's a real late slide.
Yeah.
What do you think of that slide? Because when you slow it down, it always looks a little worse.
Yeah, slowing it down does make it look worse. And because the throw took him behind the bag and his momentum took him past the bag right into the shin, I'm sure when you're going after the second baseman, you're thinking he's going to pivot and throw to first. And at this point, he's actually sliding past the second base bag.
Runners at the corners now. Still nobody out. A run in for the top of the order, Delino to Shields. I don't know that the Angels are going to be real happy about that when they take a look at that again.
Lucky's still in the game.
DeShields 0 for 2 so far. There's bullpen activity behind Santiago for the first time this afternoon. The right-hander Fernando Salas is up.
Now, obviously, it's a tough guy to double up with his speed.
Line to Giavotella. He knocks it down, but it trickles into center field. Here's Odor to score the second run of the inning. It's 5-3 Angels. Here come the Rangers with nobody out in the fifth.
Soft liner up the middle and just off the glove. Game of inches, and you wonder how much getting up off that shin bothered him, but patience so far for Mike Scioscia to hang in there. We got Chu up and then Prince Fielder after that, but it could be a different score by that time.
Chu is hitless against Santiago so far. 0 for his first 2. 0-1 to the Texas right fielder.
There might be some TVs being turned back on.
Yeah, don't give up on us.
And the Angels, the Diamondbacks
you're
visiting clubhouse.
By the Astros. I don't think they really let this one get away from them. They are peaked. This one directly impacting their fate. Chirinos and DeShields aboard. 2 runs in. Still nobody out here in the fifth. Bottom of the order starting the rally here in this inning, as it did in the top of the inning for the Angels against Colby Lewis. 1-2 to Chu.
Pretty good crowd considering all that's going on in this general area. They were starting this inning trying to get their team going. They're back into it. Of course, college football all over the map around here. So a pretty good crowd realizing that their baseball team has a chance to secure that division if they can rally.
Oh, you bet. First 2 games of this series, place has been packed. It's been packed the last couple of months of the season. Fans have really responded to this big-time Ranger turnaround this year. 2 balls and 2 strikes. These have been the tough matchups for Shin-Soo Choo throughout his career. Hitting just .237 against Southpaws this season. A bouncer to the right side. Giavotella to Ibar, and the ball comes free. Everybody's safe. Boy, defensively, the Angels have had some problems this last week or so in the season.
And unfortunately, that'll be it for Santiago. It's a tough turn right here. And as he makes the pivot, the throw gets right close to the runner, and he can't hang on. This is the aggressiveness of the Rangers on the base paths that give them such an ability to create havoc.
Bases loaded, 2 runs in, nobody out. Adrian Beltre due up. We'll be right back. one, nobody out here. Two big plays at second base. One on a late slide by Rougned-Odor. An error was charged to David Freese, and then an error hung on Eric Aybar here. So some self-inflicted wounds by an Angel team that has committed now 10 errors in its last 6 games. That's contributed to a bases-loaded jam here. Big picture, the Angels a game behind the Astros with only 2 left to play for the second and final AL wildcard spot. If Texas can come from behind and win this one, the AL West is over and the Rangers fly the flag.
The Angels are facing the wrong guy up here with the bases loaded, nobody out.
Adrian Beltre is that guy. He's doubled and struck out tonight. Fernando Salas, the new pitcher for Los Angeles, making his 72nd appearance of the year. He's allowed at least 1 run in 9 of his last 18 appearances. 0 margin for error here. 1-1. As good as Beltre is in big situations, as John mentions, Fernando Salas has been very good at limiting opposing base runners to score. A couple of them might come in here, however. Here's Chirinos to score. DeShields just as easily. And we are tied 5-5. Drove in more runs in the month of September than Adrian Beltre. 2 big RBIs here have brought the Rangers back to even, and it forces another pitching change for the Angels. We are tied at 5. Season game right here today. However, officially the postseason begins on Tuesday. The AL wildcard game on ESPN, the NL wildcard game on TBS, then Thursday game 1 of both ALDS only on FS1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. The Rangers come right back after yielding 4 in the top of the inning to give up a 5-1 deficit. They get all 4 of them back. Still nobody out. Runners at first and second as Jose Alvarez will look to neutralize Prince Fielder. It has been an ugly inning for the Angels, one that's included 2 costly errors. Prince behind 0-2.
We saw a slider, curveball. You have to see the fastball. He may not in this at bat.
Notorious Angel killer and ex-Angel Mike Napoli waiting on deck with nobody out. The 0-2 to Fielder. Another breaking ball, 1-2.
Well, you hate to say this all started with a walk, but you sense that the long wait and the rhythm that just changed for Santiago, and then the inability to make a play, although be it on the soft line drive and then the couple infield ground balls, they didn't even get an out. It's one thing to not turn 2, but not get 1 out is tough.
And a swing and a miss. Fielder goes down on strikes for the first out of the inning.
That was just really good job pitching. Went away. And then he kind of sneak attacks him, fastball in, late swing, couldn't foul the ball off. Pitcher's pitch.
So here's Mike Napoli, who's been quiet today so far, 0 for his first 2. We talked about the damage Napoli has done at the Angels' expense ever since leaving Anaheim. No player in Mike Scioscia's managerial reign has done more damage against the Angels than Mike Napoli. It even extended this year to his Red Sox season, and Mike did not get off to a good start in Boston this year. Yet he was 8 for 19 with 4 home runs against the Angels. Difficulty of trying to neutralize a difficult Rangers lineup. I mean, they hit for power throughout, and Jeff Bannister has the ability to line them up right, left, right, left, right, left. It's tough to stunt this lineup with pitching changes, even if you do have a deep bullpen.
Especially in a best-of-5 series where your roster has to be more traditional. Of course, here in September, you can have as many of those guys in the pen as you would like. He's one of the most disciplined guys at the plate. He's going to average right up there with the most pitches per at bat. He works the count, looking for the pitcher to make a mistake and deliver that blow.
2 balls and a strike. Runners at first and second. And it's 2-2 now. One of the big plays in the inning with Rougned Odor aboard at first. Robinson Chirinos sends the ground ball to third, and then the slide into second that came late. Johnny Giavitello took a spike in the leg. Freese charged with an error, one of 2 errors by the Angels this inning. Napoli with a drive out to left. Murphy with plenty of room for out number 2.
And when you look back at a big inning, you realize that when you have the ability to slow it down and sometimes not try to make the great play and just get an out because you have the luxury of the lead. But both times they're trying to get the lead runner. Freese a little off balance as he took that short hop and threw to second base. The Angels did this yesterday, and Weaver was able to wiggle out of that inning with 2 consecutive plays at shortstop, and unfortunately it caught up to the Angels today.
Here's Josh Hamilton now. He homered against the left-hander Santiago in the second.
Josh has seen more pitches already than I thought he would see in the strike zone. This is a guy that at times will swing as soon as the pitcher releases the ball. That's when you know you never have to throw a strike.
The 9th Ranger to bat in the inning. 1-1.
See, from this point on, I'm throwing off speed. Breaking ball, curveball, slider, something. Once you've established you've got that strike, start sweeping the ball away from it.
just like that. A ball and 2 strikes.
You see right here, and I would think that now you can go another foot outside there.
Jose Alvarez with 3 big outs to minimize the damage. However, as we said in the top of the inning, the damage done by Adrian Beltre and company to the tune of 4 in the 5th to tie it 5 apiece. Fifth. Through the first 4 innings, both teams combined for a couple of runs on 5 hits. 5th inning was a lineup bonanza. 8 runs on 7 hits combined, and that explains in part the 5-5 tie. C.J. Cron, David Freese, and Carlos Perez in the Los Angeles half of the 6th.
That's just unbelievable. With all at stake at the game, for this game, for the Angels' roller coaster of emotions. They've been through this the last 3 weeks. 5-1, feeling great. Now you're queasy again, and then you got to find a way to get back in the lead.
Well, there were a lot of people before this one writing on how this was likely to become a bullpen game, and no disrespect to either starter, but with Colby Lewis and Hector Santiago, you weren't thinking about 8 innings then a closer. C.J. Cron strikes out, and it has become that very bullpen affair. Today's telecast is sponsored by Chevrolet. Find new roads, and by T-Mobile. Switch to the Data Strong network. One away for Chichi Gonzalez, and that'll bring up David Freese, who started the 4-run rally in the 5th with a base hit against Colby Lewis.
Gonzalez, you can just see the rhythm now, and he knows he's got the ball for a little while, possibly, if he can keep pouring in strikes, going through these right-handed hitters.
Remember when Chichi Gonzalez first came up, he made a handful of starts, went 2-1 with a sub-1 ERA. That was over his first 4 major league starts, and Chichi mania swept through Arlington. I mean, this was going to be the next great thing. Then there were some road bumps. There was a reassignment back down to the minors. I think at the end of the season he'll be remembered for being the only Ranger to win games as both a starter and a reliever, and he'll be considered a very valuable swingman. Freese swung the bat.
Freese, when he does swing a full bat, I thought that ball might have been a little low. This ball catches the bottom part of the strike zone, maybe. Yeah.
And that one misses the plate. It's ball 4. So the 1-out walk here in the 6th. You know, Ranger pitching, the starting pitching, John, and interested about your thoughts on this. I think it's below the radar, and it's one of the reasons why the Rangers might give a team like Toronto, who everybody kind of concedes that top ranking in the American League to. It's why the Rangers could line up okay against the Blue Jays.
They could. I mean, there's a lot of things that have to go right, whoever's facing the Blue Jays. And that being said, your right-handed starters must be really good against that right-handed lineup. So a guy like Gallardo, who's had some good games against the Blue Jays, the experience of a Cole Hamels, unless he's of course got to be pressed into duty tomorrow, but the Rangers are an interesting team once they get to a series.
You know, Derek Holland, of course, occupies an important role in the Rangers rotation. He's one of the 8 guys that's a holdover from the last World Series roster. The Rangers have got to worry about, well, A, winning the division, and if they do so, then they got to worry about Kansas City first. But if you look a little forward, and we in the media are tempted to do that always, Texas and Toronto would be a very interesting matchup. 2 big high-powered offenses. And that could still happen in the first round. We haven't determined best home record, best overall record in the American League yet. The Royals lead the Twins 4-1. Toronto has the tiebreaker, so if things finish in a tie for best record in the American League, that home field advantage would go to the Blue Jays. Next pitch to Carlos Perez, misses the corner again. It's 2-2. It's a tough 2-strike take. Perez doubled in a run, then later scored himself in that 4-run 5th. Johnny Giavotella contributed as well. He's on deck next with 1 out and 1 on, a 5-5 tie in the 6th. Flare out to center field. DeShields is there for out number 2.
Johnny'd like to probably get some retribution back to an inning that caused him some pain, and certainly could make a couple of the plays. Love to get a hit right here, especially in the gap.
Giavotella flied to right and then singled in a run in the 5th and takes strike 1 from Chichi Gonzalez. Runs on 6 hits for both the Angels and Rangers so far today. 2 costly Los Angeles errors, very much a part of that line score. And a couple of starters who looked really good early today, Colby Lewis and Hector Santiago, neither of which could retire a single batter in the 5th. 4+ for both. There's a strike. 1-2 to Giavotella. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Working down with his fastball, tried to work down with his slider. Threw it in the dirt, hoping to get the hitter to chase. 2-2 action pitch. 2 outs.
Eric Aybar, top of the order, waits next. Freeze off a first with 2 gone. He got there via the base on balls. Gonzalez yet to allow a hit in this relief stint. The Texas bullpen, as thin as it may be just in terms of all the workload the last few days, is streaking toward the end of the season with the game's lowest post-deadline bullpen ERA. It's under 3, and the fewest blown saves. What was thought to be a weakness early on the season has turned into a strength for Texas down the stretch. Their bullpen's been terrific.
And what's amazing is Tolleson, who had no saves last year, has almost the same stat line this year, but the difference, he's closing games out. 35 or so saves. He got the loss yesterday, pitching in his 4th in a row, but for a young man that has had no experience in closing games, they have found a diamond in the rough.
Still 2 balls and 2 strikes to Johnny Giavotella. Swing and a drive out to left center. That ball's well hit. Long run for DeShields. He's not going to get there. It's off the base of the wall. Here comes Freeze around third, headed for the plate. The throw back into third is in time to get Giavotella. The run does score. The Angels retake the lead as Giavotella is thrown out looking for that extra 90 feet. An exciting end to the top of the 6th.
Johnny got that double split in the gap that would give him some kind of retribution from the previous inning. And going to third base, he thought the throw at home was going to be closer than it is. That's what the read he had. That's why he was trying to get to third base.
Mike Scioscia wants to take another look at this before everybody clears the field. Wow, it's awfully tough to tell even when you slow it down.
Like
that'll give us a real good look. No, it won't either because we can't see the bag. We'll take a look at the same angles here that they do in New York.
This is supposed to go a little quicker than this. The Rangers are walking off the field.
Yeah, DeShields got a little banged up against the wall out there as he tracked that ball down. They were in for Giavotella for the number 9 hitter. And it looks like it'll stand. No review asked for. It's 6-5 Angels. Half of the fifth. Angels get 4 in the top half. The Rangers counter, and then the Angels reclaim the lead on the RBI double by Johnny Giavotella with 2 out in the top of the 6th. It's a 6-5 game as we go to the bottom of the inning, and Mike Morin taking over on the mound for Los Angeles. Morin will face Elvis Andrus to start things out.
Morin's got great arm action on his changeup, slider. You just saw the fastball at 95 miles an hour, a little bit jerky at times, but downward plane on his fastball.
And in front of Andrus, or rather even with Andrus, 1-1. Mike Morin got the win yesterday. His 4th win of the season came after retiring the only batter he faced. He grounded out Adrian Beltre. Up and down between AAA and the big leagues 3 times this year. There's a little cue shot to short. Ibar knocks it down and can't make the catch. Ball did have some funny English on it, but it appeared like Ibar had a chance to make the play.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the Angels have had some chances to put this game away. It's oh so close with a ball in the glove, a ball in the dirt. That ball, as you mentioned, with spin, just out of the glove. Every chance they've had to feel good about the runs they've scored, although be at just 1 this last inning. Another leadoff runner on base.
And here's Rougned Odor now. He singled in a run in the 5th. Leadoff hitter aboard. Breaking ball catches the inside corner. Morin is the 3rd Angel reliever to work in this one. Jose Alvarez was terrific in finally extinguishing the flame in the 5th. And against 3 very tough hitters, got Fielder, Napoli, and Hamilton to strand a pair.
Yeah, that was, the heat was on, and that inning, as good as it was for the Angel in the top half, it could have been nightmarish with a few more runs added on. They escaped with the game being tied, and now currently a 1-run lead.
That's popped up. There's Freese at 3rd. And there's the first out for Morin. Let's see what's going on in the social world. And Jeff Bannister sending out some photos via Twitter, and in fact very proud of his daughter, who is a Baylor University volleyball player. This was sent out last month, and Jeff might have an opportunity, depending on how things go this afternoon, to take the 2-hour drive north to Norman and watch Baylor take on Oklahoma. Tag your post with hashtag #SwingDataData, and T-Mobile will keep the conversation going data strong all season long. 1 out, 1 on now for Robinson Chirinos. Chirinos has struck out and then reached on an error, later scoring in that 4-run 5th.
That good changeup right there. The ball just kind of floats in. He's got 94, 95, and then he throws 70 to 72 mile an hour changeup with a slider in between. Tough for a hitter to adjust. That one he left up.
There goes the runner, and Chirinos sends it back up the middle on into center field. Andrus to 3rd base easily. Jeff Bannister pushing the right buttons. Runners at the corners with 1 away as we send it back to Ryan Field in the studio for a game break. Yesterday's loss, a costly one for the Twins. Thanks, Ryan. Again, the AL playoff picture. The Yankees lose 9-2 versus the Orioles. And that means the lead for home field in the American League wildcard game is 2 over Houston. Houston has the tiebreaker over the Yankees. So, I mean, just when we think we know what this postseason picture is going to look like, there are still so many moving parts. Tomorrow is going to be a fascinating day in Major League Baseball. You're going to have a pinch hitter now, as the left-handed bat Mitch Moreland will take swings against Mike Morin, or will he? Here comes Mike Scioscia, and he'll counter with a move of his own. Runners at the corners, 1 away. Angels clinging to a 1-run lead, as it suddenly feels like we're playing this one in Denver.
I'll tell you what, there's going to be some strategy here. I don't know if the reliever is quite ready. Just getting up not too long ago, so it's either a stall tactic or some kind of strategy in how they want to play this with the infield back.
Well, the Angels have got 4 left-handers listed in their bullpen. One of them's already been burned. Jose Alvarez was terrific earlier in his 1-inning award.
So he goes and makes the move, gives him a few extra pitches to get warm.
It'll be Cesar Ramos when we come back. Historic performances. Don't miss the 2015 postseason beginning October 6th. Go to MLB.com/postseason for a full schedule. And it's anybody's guess what's going to happen in the American League. As we just got through telling you, still a chance that AL wildcard game could be played in Houston. The Yankees have another ball game today, playing the second in their doubleheader. If they lose out and the Astros win out, then that wildcard game is at Minute Maid Park. But on to the task at hand here. The Angels make another move to the bullpen. After Mitch Moreland was announced, Mike Scioscia counters with left-hander Cesar Ramos. Runners at the corners, 1 away, and the Angels hanging on to a 1-run lead. It would seem that this is a strange place to pinch hit for your leadoff hitter and a guy like Delano DeShields, who brings that speed element to the game. We're not sure if this has anything to do with it or not, but after DeShields collided with the left field wall last inning, he came off the field rather slowly. We got J.P. Morosi on the field. He can let us know as you take a look at DeShields again. This might be more about DeShields' status than it is a matchup.
Went into that awkwardly and certainly may have something to do with that, as you mentioned. For Ramos, you've seen his slider, really sharp 83. He's got a downward break to his curveball and a sink with fastball at 91.
2 balls and a strike.
See the over-top delivery, which makes that angle for left-handers facing him hard to pick up that quick breaking slider.
Andrus and Chirinos aboard with 1 away. Ramos looking to dial up that ground ball. To 3-1 now. Shin-Soo Choo waiting on deck.
Well, in this case, 3-1 count. Don't give in because you got another left-hander on deck. You see him going with all breaking balls. I would anticipate the same pitch, trying to get him induced to a ground ball that they could get an inning-ending double play, which I would think you'd see some emotion in the Angels dugout if that happens. This is twice now they've taken the lead. Twice the Rangers looking to tie and possibly go ahead.
Latos and Trevor got up in the Angels bullpen. A couple of hard-throwing right-handers, one who's come along lately. And there's ball 4. The Rangers have loaded the bases again.
It's going to be awfully hard if you continue in this formula for the Angels to skate through this game at this lineup when the bases are loaded or runners in scoring position. Butcher's going to go out and kind of talk to his pitcher, either give him one little tip on that slider, because you can see this at bat was played out earlier in the series with Choo up, not the bases loaded, but Heaney threw some really good sliders away that Choo was able to stay off and induces a walk and then a couple runs after that.
The pinch hitter for Mitch Moreland is Drew Stubbs. He takes over at first base. You know, the Rangers are the team with a little bit of latitude in terms of these remaining 2 games. They've clinched a postseason spot, but Jeff Bannister is skippering this one like it's an elimination game. He wants to wrap up the West with a win here today. Here's Choo now, 0 for 3 so far today. Bases loaded for him with 1 gone. First offering from Ramos is swung on and missed.
Big swing there. You can much Ramos come in and thrown all sliders. That one was going to be called a strike had he not swung. A good opportunity for Choo as he was aggressive on the first pitch.
Southern California native is set. He misses inside to Choo to make it 1-1. Andrus, Chirinos, and the pinch runner Stubbs aboard on base. The 1-1. On the ground toward the hole, past Ibar. Andrus scores. Here's Chirinos to score. And the Rangers have taken a 1-0 lead. Texas goes back on top.
That's the tough one if you're Angels. You've got them pretty much shifted with Ibar up the middle. That's going to be it for Ramos. And almost a check swing. Ball hit into the shortstop, normally where the shortstop would be, and an easy 2 RBI check swing single.
Texas takes a 1-run lead, 6-5 Rangers. Another pitching change. We'll be right back.
cost them dearly in this game. You see the shift right here, not a hard hit ball. Normally that's where the shortstop would be, and in this case it's a two-run scoring single. They have not made the plays you need to make, or this game would be much different for Mike Scioscia and the Angels. Now they're trailing.
StatCast powered by Amazon Web Services. 7-6 Texas. Adrian Beltre makes it an 8-6 ball game. Wasting no time against new pitcher Trevor Gott. The third hit, the third RBI for Adrian Beltre this afternoon.
Well, and the Rangers are one of the greatest momentum teams. They feed off of each other. Obviously, they can do it on the base pass. They've got the stars in their lineup. And right now, they're taking advantage of every situation that the Angels have given them. You cannot give a big league club that many outs in one inning, yet alone in the game.
Here's Prince Fielder now, yet to contribute to an 8-run, 10-hit attack. The Ranger DH is hitless today. Chu and Beltre aboard, 3 runs into the inning. Fielder wraps it to second. Giavotella to Ibar, and the double play ends the inning. Not before again. 3 for Texas, and give the Rangers an 8-6 lead. MLB memory bank. Well, there's still time to change the memory today, but if things continue as such, this will not go down as one of the more fond memories for Eric Ibar, having a rough day defensively. Pitching change as Jake Diekman takes over on the mound. This is Eric Ibar's afternoon. Couldn't come up with a ball on a relay, one that just got through him that he was able to knock down, and then one that got past him. Perhaps trying to turn things around and contribute on the other side of the scorecard now. So it is Ibar that leads off against the lefty Jake Diekman, who takes over as the third reliever used by the Rangers today. Drew Stubbs takes over in center field for Delino DeShields.
Well, this is a big part of the trade as well. I mean, this guy slings it, throws across his body. He could have some control problems, but 97 is 97 with a slider, more like a cutter and a changeup as well. And that's what you're going to get. You don't know where it's going all the time, but he has been really good for the Rangers out of the pen.
I think you could look at Diekman's appearance here in one of two ways. Either he's real fresh because he's faced only one batter in the last 7 days, or there might be some cobwebs. He worked in the opener in this series Thursday, faced a batter, retired him, and that's been his only appearance in the last 7.
He's got the chance to be really nasty. I mean, his stuff plays. It's just command.
A ball and 2 strikes to the switch hitting leadoff man Eric Ibar. That's punched to the right side. Odor has it. And there is one away for Diekman and the Rangers. So now Cole Calhoun, who has struck out twice and walked today. Kansas City continues to lead in Minneapolis. That's a 5-1 game in the top of the 9th. Again, we reported on the Yankees losing the first of 2 to the Orioles today. That doubleheader being played in Baltimore after the rain on the eastern seaboard yesterday. Nightcap to start in about 2 hours with Ubaldo Jimenez and Luis Severino. And that possibility still exists if the Yankees lose 2 more and the Astros win 2 more for the American League wildcard game to be played in Houston.
Well, it looks like it's going to be said what an incredible year for Minnesota. Battled all the way through, unless they have a miracle rally in the 9th. The future's bright in Minnesota. Paul Molitor did a great job.
Calhoun with a little nubber. Diekman is there to make the play, and there are 2 away.
I might say as well, the Angels, if they're not able to come back and win this game, it's still not over for them, although the chances go way, way down. That would mean that Houston would have to lose the next 2 games, and of course Anaheim or LA wins tomorrow.
Both bullpens are hot, as you can see. This game was in the hands of the bullpens in the 5th. So here's Mike Trout now, and if you have to face Mike Trout anymore, you prefer it come in situations like this with the bases empty, 2 out, leading as the Rangers do. Trout doubled and scored in the 4th, drove in a run with a sac fly in the 5th. Two and 0. Diekman is cut right into that Chris Sale cloth of left-hander. There's nobody like Chris Sale exactly, but this might be as close as we have in the big leagues. Long, left-handed, slings it, terrific stuff.
Yeah, both him and Andrew Miller combined could be the left-handed Chris Sale.
2-2. And much like Chris Sale earlier in his career, you talked about the occasional control troubles for Diekman. Sale has sailed past that. I beg your pardon. So after getting behind Trout, it's now even 2 balls and 2 strikes. Into right field, a base hit. Trout's second of the afternoon, and that gives Albert Pujols a chance to bat with a runner on. Pujols is hitless officially. He was intentionally walked earlier this afternoon, and it would appear as though Jeff Bannister wants somebody else for the 3-time MVP. The 4th reliever of the afternoon on his way into the game for Texas, and we'll be right back. True HD quality on MLB.TV Premium. Watch every out-of-market game live on more than 400 supported devices. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, and more. Visit MLB.TV today. Well, right-hander and Los Angeles native Keone Kela takes over on the mound for Texas, trying to strand a two-out base runner against Albert Pujols here in the 7th. Breaking ball's in for a strike.
Yeah, he has a 12-6 break, as you just saw right there. 96 straight over the top fastball.
Kela has been very good, a big part of the Texas bullpen's success since the All-Star break. He's working on 16 1/3 of consecutive shutout baseball. That since his triple or his double-A recall in the middle of August. That's the second longest active scoreless streak by a reliever in baseball.
There's that straight over the top break. Just don't want to hang that pitch to Albert. You get it there, that's an out.
Pujols shoots a base hit into left. Boy, he picked that breaking ball off the dirt.
Well, not so fast. If you get it there, it's an out. That is just anticipating the pitch and then reacting with a one-hand swing down. He knows it's coming, and you see him let go of the bat. That's all he's got left. Impressive.
What did that side swing remind you of? An Angel hitting a ball down there. Vlad Guerrero about a decade ago in Baltimore hitting a ball that had bounced.
He was the best of that too.
All right, so now David Murphy with 2 out and 2 on. Murphy singled in the first run of the afternoon for the Angels, what seemed like it was a couple of weeks ago.
They desperately need one more from him with 2 outs. However, it happens.
He's been really good of late with runners in scoring position. 6 for his last 13 in situations like this one. How many times do you see it with the Angels? I mean, daily. The importance of the number 5 hitter. Trout and Pujols can only do so much. And Calhoun in the 2 spot. Two balls and no strikes. C.J. Cron waits on deck.
Well, I don't know if he's got a changeup. He throws around 90 miles an hour. I don't know if he'll go to it 2-0, the guts of this pitch, but 2-0 count. David Murphy, you're squaring, looking at one pitch only over the middle of the plate that you can drive. And if it ain't there, you take it, tip your hat if he paints the corner.
Fastball stayed high, and it's 3 balls and no strikes.
Third base coach gets the left hand finger for.
Here comes pitching coach Mike Maddox along with the Rangers training staff. Potentially a health visit here as something caught Mike Maddox's eye. They are quickly shooed back into the dugout. Andrew Faulkner is up and throwing for the Rangers. Faulkner is the last available left-hander for Texas, I believe. Yeah, that is correct. They've used Diekman, Freeman, and Faulkner is now up. 3 balls and no strikes to Murphy. The 3-1.
Well, more than likely Pujols is not going to score on a double, or at least he would have to really get going based on the way he's been running. But when he swings, those runners are taking off.
3-1 pitch back to the box. Kela's got it, and a couple of Rangers combine on a scoreless top of the 7th. One of the highest scoring teams in baseball in the second half added again this afternoon. The American League postseason picture. The Rangers win today and they clinch an AL Western Division flag. The Angels no longer in a spot to control their own destiny. But when you talk about Texas and think about last year, with the worst record in the American League, managerial controversy, a turnover in the manager chair, an injured superstar in this season, they started out in bad shape, 9.5 back in the middle of May. But with reinforcements, Cole Hamels, Will Venable, Mike Napoli among the players, they gain ground and lead the American League West by 2 games. This was a team that in the beginning of September thought maybe a wild card was in its future. But the Rangers have peaked at exactly the right time and find themselves this afternoon, John, 6 outs away from an AL West title.
Yeah, I did in the preseason like their chances for a potential playoff run because of the health factor. If they got healthy, they were as good as anybody in that division. Last year, they just had so many injuries. It was hard to tell what kind of team they could have, especially their pitching staff.
Colby Lewis went 4+ today. His team has really picked him up big time. He's one of the 8 remaining players from the 2011 World Series team, and that counts Napoli and Hamilton, who were re-imported from various destinations. And here is Mike Napoli to lead things off against the new Angel pitcher, veteran Matt Latos. A big swing and a drive into the corner. Murphy is out there with room, and there's one away. Today's telecast is sponsored by Dodge and by Warner Brothers Pictures Pan, in theaters everywhere October 9th.
That was one of the rare first pitch swings you're going to see out of Mike Napoli. Coming into this, only 1 for 2 and swinging at the first pitch, putting it in play.
Here's Josh Hamilton now. He has homered today. It was the first score of the game as the Angels employed the Hamilton shift, if you will. They load up the right side of the infield. Swing and a drive to right. No shift is going to keep that one in the park. Second of the afternoon for Josh Hamilton. Come in bunches for him.
Prettier swing when the contact is made and the results are a home run. Fastball up and seems so easy.
Here's Elvis Andrus now. 9-6 Texas.
I just can't remember any other situation similar to this, to where we know other teams have paid salaries before, but where it has come down to where you're watching that guy
beat you.
Yeah,
he's on our payroll, you're saying, if you're an Angels fan. We're paying him to beat us today. I know that's a bit of an oversimplification, but I know that irony has to be out there on the minds of Angels fans. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
This is a guy 3 weeks removed from knee surgery, and you didn't really know kind of what you were going to get. Makes a great play in the outfield.
Andrus with a drive out to left for out number 2. 10th career multi-home run game for Josh Hamilton, and his 2nd this year. And here is the prettiness you talked about, John.
Yeah, you see he's got a little bit of movement in his hands, and when he's going bad, his head's moving, and he's missing a lot of these pitches. But I'm surprised on how many pitches over the middle of the plate they gave him today. And then you see traditionally each club's got something they do when a guy hits a home run. Normally that's reserved for college when they jump outside the railing.
Oh, but not here. That's
not here.
Yeah. Here's Rougned Odor now with 2 gone.
They do have a lot of fun, and it's fun to watch these guys not only rally together as the Rangers have, but on the field, in the dugout. Pretty good environment here.
To 2-0. There is something unquantifiable about Josh Hamilton that even with all the advanced metrics out there today, I mean, when he gets hot, when he gets on one of those runs, I don't think there's a set of statistics that can really justify his impact. I mean, that's the dice roll the Angels made when they signed him to that lucrative free agent contract. They wanted to buy into some of that magic. Well, as it turns out, maybe that magic is only reserved for this uniform, because he was not the same player in Anaheim that he had been here in Arlington.
Well, there's a lot to be said for what looks good on paper, but changing environments and asking a player with his past and the comfort he had here, the system he had here, sure, LA was hoping it would work there and pay huge dividends, and it didn't. And so they decided to do what most clubs can't do, and that's bite the bullet and move on. And move on to knowing that somebody could very cheaply pick him up. And it just happened to be within their division, the Texas Rangers. But you know, the Angels have also, in their desperate plea to get into this race, have had to pick up some arms that were either released or not even done with their season. I mean, Latos is one of those, released by the Dodgers, 2 weeks didn't pitch. Jojo Reyes was in the Mexican League after going to AAA, signing with the Angels, out 3 weeks.
Odor with a drive to right. And that one is gone. As if to say, enough's enough. The Rangers swinging big here in the late innings to take their biggest lead of the ball game, 10-6 Texas.
Latos has just been up with his fastball. Doesn't have the same fastball, obviously, that he once did. Didn't work out with the Dodgers.
Latos, the 6th Angel reliever to work in this ball game. Santiago, the starter, went 4+, and then it's been a series of matchup decisions. And now Latos giving up a couple of home runs here in the 7th.
Yeah, this is a film you never want to go back and watch if you're the Angels. Not only the timing of it couldn't have come at a worse time, but they had too many outs that were there for them to take, and they didn't get them. And that big inning, after being up 5-1, has really just been an avalanche of runs after that. 9 runs from the 5th inning to this inning for the Rangers.
To Robinson. Chirinos has popped up. Should put an end to the inning, and does. Not before a couple of solo home runs can pad the home team's lead. Hamilton and Odor both going deep, and it's 10-6 Rangers. off in the 8th. Cron, Freese, and Perez. Angels hitting coach Don Baylor hoping that his Halos get back into the postseason. It was 36 years ago today that the Angels played in their first ever postseason game back in 1979, and that was Don Baylor's AL MVP year. They are down to their last 6 outs here this afternoon, and for the 5th straight day, the Rangers will ask Sam Dyson to work on the mound.
Well, they know what's at stake. He'll get nice rest if they're able to hold on and win this game. But 5 in a row, he's got a real good fastball with sink. You see his slider. And I would say a swing and miss changeup kind of split finger.
Still 0-2 to C.J. Cron, leading things off for the Angels, down by 4 and down to their last 6 outs, as we mentioned. And, you know, by way of big picture stuff, an Angel loss here today does not eliminate them from postseason chances, though it certainly puts a crimp in the plans. There is still that opportunity for the Angels to win tomorrow. If Houston loses tonight and tomorrow, then the Angels have forced other plans for next week. Should they fail to come back today, that's what they'll be looking for tonight. They'll be watching the Astros Diamondbacks game with interest.
This was definitely, for the Astros, a teeter-totter game watching emotionally, and now got to feel pretty good with a 4-run lead, turning it over to this new vamped bullpen for the Rangers.
A little chip shot past Odor on into right field, so C.J. Cron is aboard to start things in the visitors' 8th. Here's David Freese now. He has singled, walked, and reached on a fielder's choice today. David Freese is still booed here for his exploits as a Cardinal.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's historic, what happened for the Cardinals, and unfortunately what happened to the Rangers. Twice, 1 strike away from winning the World Series.
Dyson starts him with a strike. Again, the Astros are in Phoenix later on tonight. Colin McHugh and Jeremy Hellickson. If this score holds and Texas beats the Angels, and if Houston beats the Diamondbacks, the Astros have secured a postseason spot, and the Angels would be eliminated.
And moving forward, I'd be very intrigued to see what the Astros do. Do they ask Keuchel to come back on short rest against all the left-handed hitters that the Yankees can throw at you? It'd be an interesting choice.
0-2 to David Freese. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. One gone for Sam Dyson.
Look for Carlos Perez to be aggressive if he gets a first pitch fastball here. Typically down by 4, you want to create runners and get on base, but this might be his best chance.
It's funny how you look back on those deadline deals at the end of July, and of all the big names that traded uniforms, I don't know that at the time we thought Sam Dyson from the Marlins to the Rangers and Jay Happ from the Mariners to the Pirates would turn into the perhaps 2 of the biggest trades of all.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there are some really good under the radar, trades that have affected ball clubs in a very positive way that could, without it, you would say these teams wouldn't be where they're at, or the chance of them going deep into the postseason. And And so for the Rangers, of course, we talked about the health of their starting rotation being essential, but their bullpen has been much better.
A ball and a strike to Carlos Perez. 1-2. Well, the Texas bullpen just got through a month of September in which they amassed a 2.05 ERA. Not only was that the best in baseball in September, but it was the lowest bullpen month by a Rangers team since April of 2012 in terms of ERA. 2-2. Johnny Giavotella next. 1 out, 1 on. Rangers up by 4, top of the 8th. And there are 2 away in the 8th inning.
Just a good combination. He's got a fastball that runs at 96 and then the off speed that changes directions. Hitter's nightmare.
So after the Cron base hit, strikeouts to Freese and Perez, and now Johnny Giavotella with 2 gone. You know, the Angels got here to start this 4-game series on Thursday, a season-defining series, knowing that they had beaten Texas in 14 of their last 16. Great success in this ballpark. Texas takes the opener Thursday. Angels bounce back for a win last night.
You're right, and as gutsy of a performance and run that the Angels have been on, when you look at everything, it wouldn't have made as much sense. They didn't have their arsenal of their rotation. They were almost, you could tell, a bunch of guys just gasping here, trying to everybody pitch in, everybody out of the pen. Offensively, they're not clicking. But they put together an impressive run when everybody said they're done.
Yeah, no doubt.
They are out, especially after that loss to the Astros. It was like, that's crushing, and we won't see them. And here they are fighting still, although be it 4 runs down. You got to credit their will to still be in this position.
Giavotella tied up inside, swings and misses, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes now.
Less than healthy Weaver battles the other night. No C.J. Wilson, which is another subject. And they just didn't have their guys. I mean, Schumacher had to be shut down. They lose their closer.
Dyson's 2-2. That's fouled at the plate. And through it all, they are not dead yet, even after a loss today. Now, the Angels are aware that the Astros have struggled on the road. And for Houston having won as big as they did yesterday, that was just a huge statement that they in fact can play on the road. But when you have to go to Phoenix at the end of the season, you lose the DH. The Astros are an American League team. It's not a done deal by any stretch that the Astros are going to go down to Arizona and knock around a mathematically eliminated Diamondbacks team. I know Houston doesn't take the Diamondbacks lightly.
And yet, if I'd have told you in the beginning of the year, Matt, the Astros and the Rangers are going to be in the playoffs, the odds would probably be pretty high.
Yeah.
And that's what potentially you're staring at.
Full count, and Giavotella wants to think about it. Trying to keep this 8th inning alive. Eric Aybar waits next, and then the thump for the Angels, and you'd love to get Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols at bats with runners on. Thrown off the first, and the 3-2 is a called strike 3. After the base hit, 3 strikeouts against Sam Dyson, and the Rangers are 3 outs away from becoming AL West champs. Memories all season long, and by T-Mobile, switch to the data strong network. Well, Matt Latos will go back out there in a 10-6 Ranger lead. Drew Stubbs will lead things off. It'll be Stubbs, Chu, and Beltre for Texas, and as we mentioned getting into the break, Texas trying to hang on, hold this lead, and pop the celebratory champagne at game's end. Matt Latos came on to work the 7th and gave up a couple of home runs, and unfortunately in doing so becomes the first pitcher to allow multiple home runs in a game for 3 different teams since the 2013 season. That's tough duty for Matt.
Yep.
Has not had a lot of opportunity to stay fresh. The deal that sent him to the Dodgers at the deadline did not afford him regular starting opportunities there. Signed as a free agent by the Angels on Monday. And there's ball 4 to Stubbs. Let's take a look at the Rangers Geico in-game box score. Adrian Beltre's done a lot of damage with 3 hits and 3 runs batted in, and look at how productive the bottom of the order has been today for Texas.
Yeah, they did it with their legs too. I mean, they beat out some plays that the Angels could have made. That bottom of the lineup, really the athleticism throughout the lineup for Texas is one of their assets.
Here's Shin-Soo Choo now. You know, circling back to the situation that we talked about at the outset of the telecast, John, we were discussing the what ifs should the Rangers not win today, and how that would require Cole Hamels' pitch tomorrow, and how that would erase him from the top of your rotation in the following series, whatever that may have been, whether it was a wild card game, whether it was game 1 of a division series. So finishing business today remains a very important thing for Texas.
It does. It allows them to line things up, whoever they play next. But I think back to this year, and I'm amazed, and I can't remember too many times where Texas, Toronto, the Mets all made significant jumps, chased down their teams in a fashion where it happened, pretty much in the second half. And all three of those teams now go into the playoffs after being about 8 games back at some point. It's pretty impressive. I know the baseball season's a long season, but what Toronto did and what Texas did in the American League after making trade deadline moves, I thought they both did it for the same reason. We can get to that second wild card spot. And both got to the divisional spot in the making.
Well, Rangers general manager John Daniels told J.P. Morosi that Texas really wasn't interested in a rental player at the deadline for the reasons you just discussed. Runner goes, the pitch to Adrian Beltre skips, and Stubbs has second base stolen it. I don't know if Matt Latos has something in his eye or not. He's been going to his eye quite often here this last couple of moments.
I think he's messing with a blister or something on his finger. That was a spiked curveball or spiked fastball, one of the two. Biting at something on his fingernail.
One out runner in scoring position for Beltre, who's already driven in 3 this afternoon. A ball and no strikes to him. So we bring J.P. Morosi in on this because, J.P., you had the conversation with John Daniels. If you're not looking for a rental, but you're looking to get better at the break, you're the team, the Rangers, that comes from the low grass, and you win the Hamel sweepstakes and take him in front of everybody's noses when we all had him going to places like Toronto and Los Angeles and Kansas City.
And moreover, Matt, remember there was some conversation back in late July that the Rangers would trade Giovanni Gallardo and actually become a seller. Now, John Daniels told me that they did have some conversations with clubs that had inquired on Giovanni Gallardo, but no deal ever came close, and their focus was, Matt, to get started early on their offseason shopping. That, of course, included an ace pitcher, and it turns out 2 excellent relief pitchers as well.
If we were to go back to July 28th, to John's point, and JP, we can keep you involved in this conversation as well. July 28th, both the Rangers and the Blue Jays, for that matter, were 8 games out of division leads. And on that night, Texas lost to the Yankees 21-5. So to think of where the Rangers have gone since then, with those acquisitions, with players playing well, players that were already here, guys like Chu stepping up. Odor came back from a reassignment and had a big second half. It's really an underreported turnaround this year. Beltre back to Latos, who checks the runner and then gets his out at first base. So 2 gone here in the home 8th. Comes Mike Scioscia. And it would appear that was it. Another pitching change for the Angels. We'll be right back. final out here in the home half of the 8th, and they turn to the veteran JoJo Reyes, who along with Latos was signed very recently. His last appearance in the big leagues back in 2011 with the Orioles. He was grabbed out of the Mexican League, and before we can even talk any further about him, he throws one pitch, retires Prince Fielder, and takes us to the 9th. Courtesy of one player, Josh Hamilton, a pair of solo home runs, a part of a 10-run, 12-hit attack. Hamilton's 10th career multi-home run game. And the Rangers are 3 outs away from a Western Division flag. It's the top of the order here in the Angels' last stand this afternoon. Ibar, Calhoun, and Trout. Sean Tollison on in the 9th. Was the losing pitcher yesterday. And he, like Sam Dyson, is working in his 5th straight game this afternoon.
Fastball, changeup, slider. High changeup called for a strike, I don't think. He was pretty happy with that. Pretty impressive job for Tollison. Fastball's pretty straight. Doesn't throw it 96, 97 miles an hour. Spots it. Uses his changeup to keep the hitters off balance. And a slider.
Tollison, the 6th Ranger reliever to work in this one. I mean, this has turned into a Johnny Holstaff afternoon for both sides. Colby Lewis gone after 4+. Same of Hector Santiago. Two balls and 2 strikes. The count to Eric Ibar. A swing and a drive, well struck out to right. Chu is back, and that one is gone. Eric Ibar with a home run, just his third of the year. Makes it a 10-7 ball game.
Well, he didn't like the one high pitch, and then the changeup comes right back with a high changeup. Not enough to where he gets the hitter out in front, stays back, and in right field, we know hitter's heaven there.
So a more interesting story now, a 3-run game here in the top of the ninth. Cole Calhoun, the batter, and the meat of the Angels order still with an opportunity here in the ninth. Calhoun follows with a high drive to deep right, and that one is gone. Top tank. The Angels go back-to-back to start the ninth.
Well, they did this against the A's. They fought back down 2, had the winning run on base, weren't able to get it done. Now they're 2 down, and the product of 5 in a row may be affecting his off speed, as they were not fooled again with another pitch over the plate. This may be more of a meeting from the manager, giving him a little pep talk, saying, all right, come on, you can do this, or realizing he doesn't have his stuff coming in with a 4-run lead. But again, we talked about 5th straight appearance.
Ross Ollendorf is up in the bullpen after the closer, but again, 5 straight. They're going to make the move. That's it. Jeff Bannister not taking any chances. Back-to-back home runs against the Ranger closer. It's now a 2-run ball game. We'll be right back. Now a 10-8 ball game, and with nobody out in the top of the ninth inning, Texas goes back to the bullpen again after their closer Sean Tollison allows back-to-back home runs to start the ninth. It'll be the veteran right-hander Ross Ollendorf to try to finish off business. He's got 1 career save to his credit, and that came earlier this year against the Yankees. Mike Trout, Albert Pujols, David Murphy, all with opportunities here, down 2 in the ninth after the 2 home runs have made this a much more interesting story. And a breaking ball's in for a strike to put Mike Trout behind 0-2.
A little bit of the old-time windup as you see him. Arms, glove, legs. I don't know how many Tums each manager has gone through in the last week. But enough today to affect your stomach. This game's been unbelievable.
It really has. 18 runs on 24 hits. Base runners seemingly every inning. All kinds of pitching changes, and with so much at stake. Angels one back of the Astros for the second wild card spot with only one game left to play after today. Trout with a roller to shortstop for Andrus, and that's a big first out for Ross Ollendorf. As far as the Rangers are concerned, they are now 2 outs away from a Western Division title.
Somehow, some way, the Angels got to get a guy on base, bring up the tying run. As you mentioned, a big out right there. Trout, so much he can do on the bases.
Here's Albert Pujols now. He's been intentionally walked in. He has singled today.
Normally he takes this pitch, but I would think he could be aggressive.
He takes a fastball for a strike. Ollendorf has been great since coming back up from Round Rock as a September call-up. He's had an unusual season with the Rangers. At one point given his unconditional release, re-signed to a minor league contract. Pujols pops it up. Odor and Napoli are out there, and that's a fair ball. Pujols on his way to second. And the tying run will come to the plate with 1 out in the 9th.
That's a long way to run for Odor. He, and of course, Napoli with his back to the ball, both converging on it, both thinking they've got it, and that really is the reason why one of them didn't get it. Play the shift a little bit for Albert when he's up. He'll take that hit. And so will the Angels.
Yeah, it scored as a double for Pujols, and now you have the dangerous David Murphy representing the tying run. A couple of guys here in Murphy and Crone who have the ability to hit the ball out of the ballpark. A seemingly comfortable 4-run lead entering the top of the 9th. Fastball misses to Murphy. Murphy singled in the Angels' first run of the ball game. It came in the 4th. It tied it at 1, and so much has happened since then in a 10-8 dialogue. A ball and a strike. You get the sense in the stands today, John, because there are a lot of fans on their feet. There's this nervous anticipation. A paid attendance of just over 37,000 today. One and two.
Good pitch there. Fastball away. Nothing Murphy can do with that. Now he goes into his 2-strike approach. Looks to get the barrel of the bat on anywhere the ball's close to what he thinks is a strike.
This is 4 consecutive at-bats for David Murphy with the runner in scoring position. He's been able to cash in one of his previous 3 tries. Battling a ball in 2 strikes. Swing and a miss, and the Angels are down to their final out this afternoon.
Well, that's about the pitch that you have to make. The ball's got to bounce. Sometimes he might even hit that, but you can see that's the one blind spot he has. And now the cat and mouse game. Well, what do you do in the very first pitch here where a hitter's looking to drive a fastball? I don't think you try to get ahead just for the sake of getting ahead.
C.J. Crone is 1 for 4 today.
went with the breaking ball.
Pujols at second with 2 gone. 1-1. If the Rangers hang on and record this final out, not only are they Western Division champs, the only chance that the Angels will have at a postseason berth is if Houston loses 2 more and the Angels win tomorrow to send it to a game 163. Angels aren't dead yet. Here's Pujols to score in front of the Cron base hit. And the go-ahead run will have a chance in the form of David Freese.
More than likely a pinch runner, and that's what they're going to do. Freese is not a popular name around here, and his heroics with the Cardinals, and he's been a hot hitter for the Angels. Mike Maddox going to go out and try to talk him through this last out. Woo, man.
But David Freese is a villain around here for good reason. You talk about how Ranger fans are familiar with his heroics. It was Game 6 of the 2011 World Series. David Freese wins it with a home run. Part of a magical run for him and the Cardinals that fall. And all at the expense of a Ranger team who got there in back-to-back years without having a World Series ring to show. He is the last piece of business for Ohlendorf and the Rangers today. Freese lines to left, a base hit. Runners at the corners with 2 out in the 9th.
Unbelievable.
I mean, honestly, if you blink, you think you're in Denver.
Yeah, they're in Arizona saying, turn the TV back on. You ain't going to believe this. 4 runs in the 9th, 2 home runs to start it.
This has all the feel of a Coors Field afternoon.
And this has really been what the Angels have been doing. I mean, they've come up short on a couple of these instances, but they don't ever give up. And they've had these kind of gut-wrenching games where you're going to see a dugout explode if they're able to get this tying run in with their playoff lives really hanging in the balance.
So runners at the corners. 2 out. And Carlos Perez the batter.
He's been aggressive, so look for a breaking ball first pitch.
The tying run 90 feet away in the form of pinch runner Colin Cowgill, and there's strike 1 to Perez.
I'll tell you what, if he was definitely looking for a breaking pitch, that was the one he wanted to hit. That one rolled in there for a strike. You can see now the tension of Ohlendorf and everything that's at stake. He knows he's out there for pretty much to get it done here with 2 outs, and his team will erupt coming out of the dugout. He can get this 3rd out.
2 balls and a strike now. Well, there's no telling what the Angels will look like defensively should they tie it here and have to play a bottom of the 9th. Colin Cowgill's the pinch runner at 3rd. Caleb Cowart the pinch runner at 1st. And that's a problem that Mike Scioscia will gladly take. Back-to-back home runs started the inning. Pujols doubled with 1 away. Cron had a big RBI single. Freese has singled. It's made it a 1-run game. That is a foul ball. And now the Angels are down to their final strike.
Wow, you can see there. Oh, wanted that to happen right there. 2 strikes. More than likely it's going to be a breaking ball. You would think he's going to throw it in the dirt. The catcher's roll here is going to be huge. The jump for the runner at 3rd. He's got to read the play. And of course, the hitter's got to recognize it, whether it's a strike or a ball. Look at the heater, and he got
into
hit.
center field, and this game is tied.
Wow! The bat went down a hero, and this crowd, oh my goodness!
4 in the 9th. And the Angels have come back from the dead to tie it at 10.
He tried to have the fastball up. Good piece of hitting. The bat's broken. Just gets the barrel of the bat enough on it to get it in the outside. Look where the target is. Doesn't quite. Unbelievable. You see the eruption over there. They know they've got a little bit more left in the tank.
So Johnny Giavitello will be the 9th Angel to bat in the top of the 9th inning. And all of a sudden, Joe Smith is up in the LA bullpen. How about that note? The last 4-run lead blown in the 9th by the Rangers came in 2010 in July. A game that didn't have nearly the high stakes that are out there today. A ball and no strikes to Johnny Giavitello, who's come up with a pair of big hits today. An RBI single in the 5th. A run scoring double in the 6th. Cowart the go ahead run in scoring position. Perez at first. Watch Sean Tollison in the Texas dugout hang his head. He gave up 2 home runs that started the inning. And as John mentioned, perhaps out of gas, working in his 5th straight game. And then 2 score on Ohlendorf's watch. A ball and 2 strikes. When Texas bats in the bottom of the 9th, a place we didn't think we'd be going about 20 minutes ago, they'll have Napoli, Hamilton, and Andrus. Check that for the Rangers. Will Venable came in defensively. He's out there as we speak, so it's going to be Napoli, Venable, and Andrus in the 9th.
Well, I've been doing this a long time, but this is like top 2 or 3 for me in what I've witnessed in a team whose backs are against the wall.
I mean, there's 4-run comebacks in the 9th. And then there are 4-run comebacks in the 9th in game 161 when you've got a chip in a chair and you're trying to get yourself into the postseason.
Yeah, unreal. I mean, there's some plays the Angels didn't get made defensively that they should have made, and you think they equal out one. A little bit of it did on that pop-up by Pujols down the right field line that seemed, was probably going to be an out. It ended up being a double.
Giavitello hanging around. Giavitello claiming interference there.
Well, the Angels are also talking about a balk on his inability to come to a stop, I would believe. The whole, almost in unison, was up yelling. And you could see the hitter at the last minute, see how he comes right there and then just goes.
Oh, yeah, you bet. Yeah, there was no catcher interference. That Giavitello was protesting the balk move. You were on it.
I always find it interesting. Then the whole team alerts the pitcher of what he needs to do next. Pause.
The next one, too. Giavitello with a base hit back up the middle. Here comes Cowart. And the Angels have scored 5 in the 9th to take an 11-10 lead.
Wow.
$37,000 plus stunned at Globe Life Park this afternoon.
I'm stunned.
Another pitching change. We'll be right back. Most unlikely leads of their season, and that man Johnny Giavitello, who's sitting on the bench, has been a huge part of the dialogue today. Ross Ohlendorf is among the shell-shocked on the home side. Top of the order, Eric Ibar against the new pitcher on the mound for Texas. Left-hander Andrew Faulkner looks for what's proven to be a very elusive third out here in the ninth.
I'm just telling you, the Angels have been on both sides of this now. The Astros did them in with 2 outs, nobody on in the ninth. The most unreal at the time game I had ever seen under the circumstances, and I gotta believe this trumps it temporarily if they're able to hold on.
I think regardless of how this one ends, this would trump it. I mean, this has just been an absolutely wild afternoon. Pitch to Eric Ibar, misses inside. And Faulkner's fallen behind, 3 balls and no strikes. It was Ibar who started this 9th inning comeback with a solo home run against closer Sean Tollison. The very next pitch, Cole Calhoun hit a solo shot. Then the pitching changed to Ohlendorf. 3 more runs would score to give the Angels a 1-run lead. And now Los Angeles has loaded the bases after ball 4 to Ibar.
Grounds crew's got work to do after this game, not with the actual infield. It's with the path that's being worn out between both dugouts and the mound, because there have been a slew of meetings and pitching changes, and this game is one for the archives to I don't even know, keep. I guess only one team's going to keep it.
So now Cole Calhoun, whose solo home run 24 minutes ago made it a much more interesting story, but you're thinking in the back of your mind, now they get a couple of solo shots down by 4 and it ends 10-8. Not the story. 11-10 Angels, bases loaded for Calhoun, and that home run perhaps the start of something good for him. He had been 3 for his last 24. Jumped on the first pitch from Tollison. And the Rangers have gone to go 2 more deep into their already taxed bullpen. Broken bat out to first base to finally retire the side. The Angels score 5 in the ninth. We go to the bottom of the ninth inning, a brand new story. The Angels have a 1-run lead. In the top of the ninth by the Angels, it's made an 11-10 deficit. The task for the homestanding Rangers, who are still 1 win away from sewing up the AL West. This has been an absolutely crazy game that has used a total of 40 pitchers, 40 players rather.
Seems like 40 pitchers.
It does, doesn't it? The Angels go to their 9th pitcher of the afternoon. It's going to be Joe Smith to try to send the Angels home winners with a bunch of changes to post for you defensively. Mike Napoli, Will Venable, and Elvis Andrus scheduled for Texas. Smith was absent for much of the great September run by the Angels. A foot injury on September 17th at Minnesota had him on the shelf. He has come back to make a couple of appearances at exactly the right time. Faced a batter Wednesday in his first appearance since the injury, and then recorded a save last night with a perfect ninth.
Well, he's nasty on right-handers. Sidearm, you see, he's got a sweeper and a good firm fastball. And a whole jolt of energy has gone through his body at this moment. Because there's no way he could have been down there thinking that this is a reality. Down 4 in the ninth, you're kind of deflated, and then all of a sudden, as you're warming up with 2 outs, hit after hit, and the moment they took the lead, there's no way to explain what a closer's adrenaline rush goes through when you know you're coming in with the lead after an unexpected inning.
The Angels at one point had a seemingly comfortable 5-1 lead mid-game. The Rangers had an even more comfortable feeling 10-6 lead going to the top of the ninth. Still the ball and 2 strikes to Mike Napoli. Again, a score flip-flops like this in July, even in August, the stakes aren't nearly as high as they are today. Napoli with a sharply hit ground ball to third, and that's a foul ball at the plate. Bunch of changes, as we mentioned, for the Angels. And you can see all the changes there. Featherston at second. Navarro taking over at first for Crone, and Cowgill and Coward, who each pinch ran the previous half inning, stay out there defensively.
There was that frisbee. It rose. It didn't break. You know, it's funny, when you get down below 3/4, you still are able to get on top of the ball to make it break. Everyone would think your hand and fingers on the side of the ball, but you actually get on top to make that ball break.
Napoli giving Smith a pretty good battle here, still 2-2. With a drive pulled into the left field corner and fouled. At some point today, somebody is going to get 27 outs. You could look at a scorecard here, and from mid-game on, ever since the bullpens came into play, there has not been a 1-2-3 inning. That's a fair ball. And Napoli is retired for round number 1.
That would have been right in line with the game if he threw it over his head, right?
Sure, why not?
That would have been just...
Yeah, I mean, that plays right into the script. It's one of the few things we haven't seen today. So now Will Venable batting in Josh Hamilton's spot, and after Josh Hamilton hit a couple of home runs today and the Rangers had a comfortable lead, Jeff Bannister made the move to his more reliable outfielder defensively and replaced Hamilton with Venable. So Will gets an at-bat that he may not have bargained for this afternoon and takes a strike. Venable, of course, acquired from San Diego in the middle of August. He has seen a lot of action in exactly the same kind of capacity that he's seen today, as a defensive replacement, occasionally getting a spot start and getting more of an opportunity when Hamilton was on the shelf with the knee surgery.
Smith with the lower body. Anytime you have a lower body, ankle, anything lower half, can always be a struggle for a pitcher to get down through mechanically. Not to mention an ankle. A lot of these Angels battling all the way to that last out in the ninth, but all the way to this point in the season.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, the absence of Houston Street, I mean, it has that, you know, better than anybody, John. When the closer is not available, then the roles change, not only getting to the ninth, but in the ninth. And it just doesn't become very comfortable for anybody. It's a full count now, 3 balls and 2 strikes to Venable. A swing and a miss, and the Rangers are down to their final out this afternoon. By the way, here's Elvis Andrus, and ponder this, John. Your former teammate JoJo Reyes is in line for the win today.
He threw 1 pitch.
He threw 1 pitch. He hadn't thrown a single pitch in the big league since 2011. First pitch to Andrus is in for a strike. And I'll go farther than that. We talked about how JoJo Reyes had been pitching in Mexico. He hadn't thrown a pitch anywhere in 29 days.
Yeah, over 3 weeks. He said he had gone into the gym a few times and worked out, but he hadn't thrown. And they said, well, what do you think? And he said, we got to work on a couple bullpens, and we've got the kinks out.
Texas down to their final strike this afternoon. Andrus keeps it alive with a base hit back up the middle. Boy, he has had a nice afternoon.
Well, it's not out of the realm of possibilities for him to steal a bag. 2 outs, why not? Magic was happening in the top half of the inning. Angels get this victory. They're going to bring back Richards on 3 days rest for tomorrow's game.
Yep.
And of course, Cole Hamels for the Rangers. There he goes.
Runner goes. Throw down to second base is in time to get him. Andrus slid off the bag, and that's how the Angels complete one of the more amazing comeback wins this year.
I mean, they're going to go look at it, but I don't know if there's anything to look at. That's what Bannister was asking. Here's the slide. He did go on first move, and tremendous momentum. I can't believe he couldn't hang on to the bag right there. And that's what they're taught to do. Just keep the tag on him. Easy call.
A 5-run top of the ninth has kept the light on in Southern California. The Angels with a remarkable comeback victory today. Any Rangers celebration will be put on hold. The updated American League playoff picture. The Astros shave a half a game as they're in action in Phoenix later on tonight. And there is no celebration yet in the home clubhouse here in Arlington. They are taking another look at this, and the call is confirmed on the field. The Angels have completed the masterful comeback today. And of all the scenarios, it's going to go down to game 162. They'll be watching with interest in Phoenix tonight. The Angels win it by a final of 11-10. For John Palmarosi and John Smoltz, Matt Vasgersian, thanking you for watching us. We're going to send you to our Fox Saturday Baseball studios. Ryan Field, take it away.